Honk. That is what I'm talking about. What's going on, everybody? Welcome, Arvanauts. Welcome all to a Saturday night stream. I hope everyone is doing well. It is April 16th, 2022, in the year of our Lord, etc., etc. It's about 10 minutes to 9. And I hope everyone is doing well and had a good Saturday, as good as can be expected under general world circumstances. But I hope everyone had a good day and is looking forward to a fun stream tonight. I am indeed here. I was not sure if I was going to be here, but my son is feeling much, much better. Mini Arv is very much on the mend and is almost back to his usual smiling, chattering self. So he should be all set to go. And so, but he wasn't quite all the way there. And we were like, you know what? Instead of pushing it, we're going to go tomorrow. So tomorrow we will go on our little mini vacation. We'll be gone for a couple of days, although my mother-in-law will still be in the house, but we, a few of us will be going, and we'll be hanging out, and I am looking forward to that very much. It'll be a good time with the kids and with Mrs. Arv, and we're going to be going to do that, and then we will be back on Tuesday morning in time for some more adventures in Middle-earth and so on. So that is our plan. We are looking forward to that. And so I have tonight some time to do our Gran Turismo 7 stream because I did a lot of work today on some proofreading stuff, and then we dyed some eggs with the family and saw my daughter do some softball in the morning and did some other work and everything. So we made some progress basically on various both family, personal, and professional things. And so that leads us to some Gran Turismo. And I actually did a little bit of research as well in terms of what the end point is going to be. And I actually have a very good end point for this game, which I'll explain in just a minute. But before we get there, just a couple of reminders about ways to support us here on the channel. First of all, please follow the channel if you haven't already done so. That is one super important and useful way to do things to help us. Secondly, please make sure that you sub to the YouTube channel. Now, thanks to the tireless promotional work of one Emily Bell, one EDE Bell from Athos Arts, thanks to the tireless promotion work, we have gotten ourselves up to 926 subs, which is pretty good because that is over 100 subs in something like 4 days. So we have made major progress, and that is very much thanks to the work of EDE Bell and the lovely people at Athos Arts, and also all those who have heard the call and have gone out and promoted also. So I'm really appreciative of that, and I will, I thanked them already, and I will thank them again. But we are now less than 75 subs away, folks, 74 subs away from hitting 1,000 subs, which will be a big deal because we'll be able to monetize the channel, the YouTube channel at that point, and do some other stuff. And the nice thing about this has been burner accounts hurt. So, just a bunch of accounts or fake accounts that are made. That is something that YouTube's algorithm picks up on, and that is bad. We have not had that. We have had people that have basically been, finding out about it and listening to the call and being like, either I want to do something because I appreciate Athos Arts, or doing something because I appreciate Greg, or because I appreciate, what's happening on the channel, or whatever the case may be. So it's all good stuff. And so I really am thankful for that. But if you have not already done so, I would love it if you could sub to the channel. Again, !ArvTube for that link. Does not cost you anything to do that. It is free, but it really does help us out. And as I say, it will make a real difference once we get up to that 1,000 sub limit. So please do that. You'll see that I have my YouTube sub goal up there, and we are making excellent progress, obviously. So please continue to make that happen if you can. Hello to Crit Twitch, and also Easter Monday salmonella, fine family tradition of the hard-boiled egg hunt. I know, right? Yeah, my son today was definitely in his glory. He's old enough now at closing in on 6 almost, that he really has a good understanding of color and palettes, and most of all coloring every conceivable egg that he can. So I colored 3, my wife colored 3, little Arv colored 7, and he's got 10, and he's like, I don't know if I really want to give this egg to grandma. Can anyone else? We're like, you have 10 eggs, give one of your eggs to Nana. Anyway, but it was very cute. He had a good time, and we have added on stickers. It was superhero themed because he loves superheroes, and so yeah, it was good. So that was a good time, and yeah, I was glad to be able to do the family stuff. So Exclamation point ArvTube, as I said, for details about that. Exclamation point ArvCord for our Discord channel, where you can hang out with the Arvanauts in between streams. Exclamation point ArvTweets is my Twitter, where you can always post where I always post when I'm going live and about various things related to my life in all different sorts of ways. So that's exclamation point ArvTweets for that. Please follow me over there. And the website for all this is arvanelaron.com. On the financial side, exclamation point ArvShop is the merchandise area, which allows you to get Infinity and Beyond, Adventures of Middle-earth, and soon to be Espergenesis. Sorry, not Espergenesis. I keep saying that, and what I mean now is Expedition for the Mysterious Peaks, because that's going to be starting the month after next. So that's going to be the thing that we're going to see up there. Very excited for that. Exclamation point ArvTreon is the Patreon, really the financial backbone of the channel. Really makes a difference if you're able to support us there, and you can get cool stuff for yourself individually and cool stuff for the channel as a whole, including inspirations to help our players and a bunch of other stuff. So please support us over there, and of course subbing to the channel, which lets you get those custom sub badges and emotes to use here, there, and everywhere across Twitch. That is also appreciated. And last but certainly not least, of course, on the publishing side, exclamation point Icarus for my Icarus graphic novel from the aforementioned amazing, awesome Athos Arts. Exclamation point Library for my Tales and Tomes from the Forbidden Library. That's my 5e adventure and sourcebook from Alligator Alley Entertainment, and both Alligator Alley and Athos Arts will be a part of my Greyshade Kickstarter, exclamation point Greyshade KS. That again is going to be launching very soon. May 31st is the publication date for the first novel, Greyshade, and then that will also be the day when the preview kit for the Kickstarter, for the backer kit, launches. You'll be able to follow at that point the Kickstarter, and 2 weeks later the Kickstarter will launch with the tabletop role-playing game and with books 2 and 3 in the Grey Assassin trilogy, which is Renegade and Heretic respectively. And last but certainly not least in that group is the audiobook by Trendane, and we've got a bunch of other surprises and things like that down the way too, so it's going to be good times. So there's that, and then we have got, of course, so both of those, exclamation point Greyshade KS. As always, exclamation point BLM, Black Lives Matter, very important to affirm and assert the significance and importance of Black lives. Exclamation point Help Now, which is the World Health Organization page on suicide prevention. Very important to reach out to others when you need help and to reach out to others when they need help as well. And exclamation point Help Now, I said that already. Exclamation point Ukraine is what I wanted to say, which is the way to help people who are fighting against an awful, illegitimate, and terrible and unprovoked and just illegal and criminal war, and that is exclamation point UKRAINE, to help all of the millions who have been displaced as they continue their fight against autocracy and imperialism. So that's what we've got going on with that. So quick note about schedule. This definitely will be my last stream for a few days, for sure, because tomorrow we've got Bag of Giving returning at you with some dialect with Dave Ring as your GM. That'll be coming at you tomorrow evening, Sunday evening. Then we'll be off on Monday, Tuesday. I will be back with some Adventures of Middle-earth, and then I will have some, I believe it is Talisman Adventures, if I'm not mistaken, going on over on GOG's Twitch channel with some pen and pixels as we continue there. And then, then we'll be off Wednesday, Thursday, and then back on Friday with some more Espergenesis, and then we just keep on keeping on as we continue to progress towards the end of April and get into May. And one last note that I want to make for everybody: remember, Memorial Day is the date. Please mark your calendars. That is when we are going to have ArvCon 2022. We hope to make this our biggest yet. We hit 7,000 last year. We've raised over 20,000 for the Damon Runyon Cancer Research Foundation. I have emails out now to all the companies that were involved, all the musicians who were involved, all of the players who were involved, and all of the, of course, Damon Runyon themselves. And so I've spoken to all of those folks. The mods already got a heads up on this, but I will, of course, remind them again as we get a little bit closer to it. So that is going to be happening, and we're hoping to be able to break that 7,000 barrier, or 7,000, I guess, high watermark. Probably we'll set the goal. Last year it was at 3,500. We'll probably raise the goal here to 4,000, and the hope is we'll be able to just blow right past it and keep on rolling. I'm very excited, though, for the possibilities for ArvCon and our partnership with Damon Runyon. And then, as I say, it's going to be a big, few weeks, because it's going to be that followed by so it's actually the ArvCon, followed by the launch of Greyshade, the novel, followed by Origins, followed by the launch of the Greyshade Kickstarter, followed by a little bit of a break where I'm just going to chill out and do nothing, basically, and just hang with the family, followed by an early August Gen Con. So a lot of stuff coming up in the summer. It's going to be exciting. I am happy about it, and I'm also happy to see that we are now up to 927. I am very glad to hear that. We are now only 73 away. We are now only 73 away, folks. Thank you for the update, Ballstick. 73 away from that $1,000 goal, or from that 1,000 sub goal. Very, very exciting. I am pleased. I am happy. You should have a PM in Discord. Nice. Awesome. Very cool. I'm going to do that also. So hi to Rock God and everyone else in Ballstag, and of course Garlic Tofu, who I've waxed eloquent about earlier today. So all that. And with that said, let me just fire up. Let's see. I got that. Make sure I got that one off. Yes, I do. So I can turn on that. There we go. Hi, everyone. It's good to see you all. I think I've got that right. Yes, I do. Let me get rid of that scroll. Good to see you all. I hope everyone is doing well. So here's what I got going on for Gran Turismo, folks. I did a little bit of research yesterday, and I have found what it is that we need to know. So here's the drill. So you folks who have been watching this know that we have these menu books that we're trying to complete, right? And every time we complete a menu book, we basically get to advance in the main story. Apparently, there are something like 37 of these menu books, and we have already completed 20, so we're already over halfway done. When they are all completed, the credits will roll. Now, you might say, well, but is that all there is to the game? The answer to that is no, but that's all the game that there's going to be on the stream. As far as I'm concerned, once we get to the credit screen, that is going to be it for the stream as well. Because I was like, you know what, I don't want to just stop playing, but I do want to come to sort of an end point where I'm like, here it is. So once we get to the end of that last menu book, and that's going to be actually the Gran Turismo World Championship, which does not promise to be easy. So once we've hit that, then that's going to wrap up Gran Turismo, and then we will move into our next game, which is going to be Triangle Strategy. So we will see how far we can actually get into this today. But we've got the Asia Oceania Championship, which I am very excited to see. So I'm down for it, folks. Let's do it. I'm hyped up. We're going to see what we can do here over the next 4.5 hours, something like that. So let's make it happen. Hello, Illness. What's going on? Good to see you, man. Well, you may be tired, but you have this tireless persona, though, right? That's the key. I would not be surprised if you were tired, but but the tireless persona, it's all in the look, right? But no, I am hugely thankful to Garlic Tofu in particular, who has really put herself out there and really made an effort and pushed on this in a way that's really gotten things moving again. Because we had slowed down a lot, honestly, and I have been asking about this for some months because, like I say, it's going to be a big deal. And I didn't start talking about it until we got to a certain point, and then we reached this level where we were like at late 700s, early, like low 800s or something. And I'm like, okay, now it's time to really start talking about it because we can see the finish line, and it's been slow going, but it's really gotten a big boost now. And the hope is that the algorithm, YouTube's algorithm, will pick it up as well. It's going to be a big deal when we hit that 1,000 subs. So we're there. We're going to get there. Hi, Mrs. Dunsel. Triangle Strategy has released, yes, and in fact, Carnage has played a little bit of it as well. So I am excited to play it actually and give it a shot. If for some reason, I'm pretty sure I thought it released. If it didn't release, then I need to check again because I've got other stuff that's on the line. So it's not like I'm missing anything. No, you did not. We just got started, Mrs. Dunsel. We literally just began. So 927 subs, we're almost there. And what I did mention, Mrs. Dunsel, is that I have a plan for this. Once we get to the end of these menu books, that's when this game is going to come to a conclusion because they roll credits after that. And that for me is going to be good enough. At that point, I will say, like, you know what, I've done this. I'll probably play it some more off stream, but I will have done what I wanted to do on stream at that point. So that is the plan. So today we are going to Asia Oceania. Not the license center. So that means we're heading out here. And I think there's 3 tracks, if I'm not mistaken, that we have to finish. We have to win, basically. So we've got that down here, the Asia Oceania Championship. And it's Tokyo Expressway, my favorite track. Not at all. the Fuji International Speedway, which is cool, and then the Mount Panorama Motor Racing Circuit, which we just tried for the first time last night. So that's what we got. So let's go. Mitsubishi 3000 GT. The power has come, so we're ready. Let's get it. Let's make it. Let's go. All right. Well, we got a lot. Okay, so we have two. There's 16. Oh my God, there's 16 cars we have to catch up to, chat. We got to catch 16. A lot of Japanese and some Australian. 15. Uh-oh. 14. Whoops. 13. 12. Oh, it's not. That's tight. 11. 10. I almost didn't brake in time for that turn. That would have been bad. 9. 8. Love it. I love it. Tell me more. 7. 6. Whoa, God. 5. 4. Ah, stop railing me on the inside. 3. Oh God, this is that death turn that I hate. Okay. All right, we got the leader in sight. Oh my God, what the? Wow, I just got railed. Okay. That was not cool. You will pay for that by losing. That's how that's going to work out. You are going to lose. Wow, that's never happened to me before. Sure. 2. And we move into first before we even finish lap number 1, chat. That's how we do it. Lap number 2, we are in the lead. Let's go. A bit of a lead, which I like. Nice. Now we got one very rough turn. Not this one. We got one rough turn coming up, which is this death hairpin. What's up, Travid? I'm also grateful to proofreaders. I have submitted proofreading based upon what I've received, and I am most grateful to proofreaders who may or may not have prominent roles on this channel, and I'm extremely grateful for how well they did and how much they've improved. I mean, you know, how much, I just feel they just polished what was left, you know, and I really appreciate that because I feel like they went over stuff with a fine-tooth comb, and I am most thankful to them. And I don't know if I'm allowed to mention who they are. I mean, they're in the book anyway, so I won't, I guess I won't call them out right now, but they may or may not be watching in chat as we speak. So. Okay, final lap. All right, now we got to be careful. We got to lead, but we still need to make sure we don't let up too much here because we still got those crazy turns, especially that one turn, which destroyed me the first time I tried to play this, tried to race this track. All right, here we get the square in. This is not as bad. Actually, I semi-like this turn because I sort of like the way it's set up. And I feel like it sets you up well to come out of it like that. So I don't mind that turn. That's not the problem. The problem is the other turn. Still too much banging on walls here. We've got a sizable lead though. Glad that this one is first because this is my least favorite track. Oh, easy, easy. All right, now we got the hairy one coming up. Quite literally hairy. Hairy pin. All right, we manage that every time, actually. We handle that turn correctly every single time this time around. Very nice. No one even in sight. Good stuff. What's up, Darcisu? Wall killer. Where mirrors don't exist. Nice. 21 seconds above the second one. That's what I like to see. Ah, nice. Nice, Illness. Yeah, I've been having fun with that game. Okay, so we are ahead of Yamanaka. And Miyazono is in third. Kawakami in fourth. And the others are sort of further back, so. Ichikawa got destroyed. Getting a lot of credits out of these races, too. Hey, Golden Drake. Look at that beautiful car. So beautiful. I'm just going to watch a little bit of this first track, of this first lap. Yeah, I did well in a lot of this, but I especially in the second and third, getting around these cars, I got railed a couple times, and one in particular. One of the reasons I watch this is to see places where I can improve. And part of it is I shouldn't be like bashing people out of the way. Red Lear, zoom, zoom. What's up, Red Lear? Thank you so much, dude, for the tier 2 sub. 40 months. My God, man. That's crazy go nuts. I hope all is well, man. I saw your comment on YouTube, and I appreciate it very much, dude, and I hope all is going well with you. I hope... How's everything with the child? Is it... Am I right? Are you, like, almost... Is your child almost a year? Is your kid... Oh, my God. I sent the blue one flying. Holy crap, I didn't know that. Oh, my goodness. Wait. I have to see that again. Nine months old. My goodness. I hope everything's going well, man. How's everything going? This was totally an accident, but I think it's this Mitsubishi up here. Look at this. It's because I banged off the wall and he just went spinning out. Wow. Like I said, I do not like this track. I just need a new back. Oh my God. You know what? No joke, man. That's actually true. Like, as the kid gets bigger and you're just constant, like, my youngest is now past that age where, I mean, we do have to pick up. That's where I got hit off the wall. Wow. Kind of amazing that I survived that, even. Yeah, sloppy. This whole area was kind of sloppy. Yeah, he moves on his own with occasional changes, but for the most part, yeah. And obviously my 14-year-old, we are well past the age of carrying her anywhere. Is that what it is? Yeah. My car is not looking good after all the damage it took going through there. I think that's a lot of cars did not want to license themselves to Gran Turismo. If they were going to have damage. And that's why this was set up the way it was. But I think they did something with this sort of, almost looks like dirt and scrapes of the paint. That makes more sense, because otherwise it's like, yeah, come on, man. All right, we're not going to watch this whole thing. We just watch the race. Okay. Exactly, Dadlier. Okay. Next race. Okay, here we go. Race 2. Fuji Speedway. This one has got a long straight, which absolutely favors us, although we're pretty good on acceleration in this car as well. I mean, this car is just a great car. But, yeah, so race 2 here is also helpful. And then the Australia one, which is kind of a wild card because they've only raced it one time. So, one time. Right, Crit Twitch? That's what I'm saying. Look at that straightaway. Yep. Look at the madness known as that straightaway. Time to bring out the Vetter. No. I said real cars. Why don't I bring out the Fiat? Oh, that music. I don't know why I always start in 16th. Like, I'm actually... Shouldn't I be in first insofar as I'm actually leading this thing right now? 15, 14, 13, okay, 12, 11, 10. 9. 8. 7. Not good. None of that was good. 7. All right. Nice. Okay. 6. All right, let's go. Here comes the straightaway. Five. 4-3. I got a break, unfortunately. Okay. Two. And 1. All right. Took us a little longer than the last race. We were in first by the time we hit lap 2. This one around, we took us about halfway through the second lap. But I will happily take that. That turn right there is no fun either. I was just thinking about the fact that it feels like I'm starting at like at 0 when I get that low in speed. And I was thinking that's probably like top speed for the Fiats that we did yesterday. Okay, got one more hairpin. And a big straightaway. Try to pad the lead a little bit. Okay, here we go. Let's get that lead up. Okay. Lap 3. Acceleration. Okay, this section through here isn't bad. Famous last words are. Jeez. That was less than impressive right there. Okay, that was fine. That was okay. That turn is rough. So that was okay. Did not have a problem with that turn. Some of these turns, man. All right, one rough one coming up. All right, we got it. Phew, all right, not bad. Not the smoothest race I've ever done, but in the end, we're still going to have probably like a 10-second advantage, I think, on them, so. Took it too shallow, yeah. Feels turning, man. Yeah, like I said, about 10 seconds. It's all good. Okay, so we got gold in those first 2. That's good. Got a 6-point lead on Miyazono. Our boy Ichikawa is not getting the job done with the Civic Type R. I'm not going to watch the replay on that. We watched the last one. All right, one more. One more in the Asia Oceania Championship. and it's the Mount Panorama. This is in Australia. We did this for the first time last night. This track is fine. There are some areas, especially if you look at that bottom right, that are a little rough. I don't remember if we're going... I think we're basically going clockwise around it, so that bottom right is going to be a right-hand turn. But, yeah, that one's a little rough. Also, some serious elevation changes in that Mount Panorama race, so... Okay. Here we go. And again, they're going to have me in 16th, which again makes no sense. Why am I behind Ichikawa? I have 24 points and the dude has 0. If the dude won and every other car burst into flames, he still couldn't win. Like... So I was wrong. We're doing it counterclockwise. Okay. Okay, 14. 13. You know what I just remembered, actually, is that I need to check my YouTube channel in just a minute because this last week's or yesterday's video should have already posted, and I'm getting very nervous that it may not have posted because of more copyright things, which is going to piss me off because I put on broadcast mode, which is specifically supposed to prevent any issues with copyright claims. Now, these are not copyright strikes, but what it does is it means that you can't monetize the video, but much more importantly, for my purposes, can't even show it unless you do all this crap, and it takes forever to process fixes in it. And I did it with one video, and then I'm like, I did the broadcast thing, and I'm like, all right, we're good to go. And then, yeah, then it turned out, you know, not so much, because, so we'll see. I really, really hope that is not the case, is what I mean. There's some rough stuff in here. That was pretty good, actually. Alright. Got a bunch of clustered cars up here. Okay. 8. 9, actually. 8, 7, 6, 5. Okay. Okay, so okay, we're in the second lap. And we have passed. It's going to be interesting. Nice, nice, nice. Very nice. And in first place. Okay. I got to hold this. Elevations up this way, and then back down the other way. All through this area, a lot of like going downhill like this, and S-curves, and all that kind of business. Whoa, easy, easy. There we go. All right, and now we make up some, we increase our distance. We go all out here until we get a little bit closer up here, just a few seconds, and then we got to brake because we got a big little, as you can see, got to be careful about that because if you hit it the wrong way and you go on the grass, you're going to. So basically, I just showed you why you have to be careful about that area. That was terrible. Absolutely terrible. However, still have the lead going into lap 3. We're going to be finishing this at night, too, which is going to be interesting. Let's hope our headlights are up to the task. At least it's not raining. Okay, got a little bit of a straightaway here. Love that helicopter up there, top right. Okay, now we got to make our way back down. We've handled this well, but you got to be real careful here because, especially at night, I would imagine visibility is going to be not so hot. Because those elevation changes means you don't see the braking line coming up as fast. Or as farther away, I should say, as you have now. And if you get messed up here, then, you know, you have a hard time recovering. And they've all got momentum behind you as they're coming downhill, so. Okay. Wow, yeah. All good. So now we get a chance to, like, again, roll all out. This track is beautiful. Look at this. Look at that. Good stuff. But again, we got to be careful. We cannot roll off the way we did last time. Yeah, I'm not taking any chances. I'm actually braking earlier than the line because I don't want to take any chances here. That was much better. Much better. Okay, one more turn and navigate. And that, folks, is the Asia Oceania Championship 1. Nice. That's going to be a fun replay to watch. Still 9 seconds. I am the victor. And I beat Yamanaka, and our boy Ichikawa never won anything. You were number 1 overall. That's right. 50,000 credits. I got a gift card, a BMW. A BMW, or BMW. Okay, chat. Time to vote. Thank you, Critwitch. Thank you. Left, right, or middle? Yeah, not as exciting as that, right, Bulgaris? Okay, left, right, or middle, chat. Get your votes in. Left, right, or middle? What are we looking at? Which one are we going for? Left, right, or middle? Video up. Now at 9:28. Oh, the video is up. Thank you, Rudnell. Thank you. That's real. Thank you very much. Left, 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 middle. All right, we got 3 lefts and a middle. All right, anyone else? Anyone else? While you're taking a look at it, I'm going to adjust this to 9:28. Thank you very much. We are 72 away. Left, 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 middle, right. Okay. Anyone else? Anyone else? Yay! Okay, cool. I am also going to double check quickly and see if there are copyright claims of any kind. This will be an interesting test. No copyright claims. They were right. Okay. Well, then broadcast mode really works then. So I got to give Sony credit. That means it's working. So I put on broadcast mode and we did not get a single copyright anything. So all good. I'm going to pull mod privilege and say middle. Okay, so we got left, 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 middle, right, right. Okay, going once. That's true. It does do what they said it would do, so I'm glad about that. Okay, so it looks like we're going with left. I said your name. Exactly. Red Lear, the honored, are we talking the Red Lear? Top Canadian streamer of Star Citizen? The King of Canada? Woo! That's the thing that's going to get you. All right, here we go. Left is the winner. Here we go, chat. We won the M3 Sport Evolution 89, which is the worst of the three cars. Well done. No, it's fine. I have to say, I drove a 90s BMW. I'm not a BMW guy. I think BMWs are way too stiff. The driving is like it feels like you're sitting on concrete. I am not a fan. I understand the whole driving machine business, but man, I was not a fan when I saw that. All right, I want to watch some of this chat because this gives me things to keep in mind in terms of my driving, so. Heavy is the head that wears the maple syrup crown. There's more than one. Yeah. It looks great. Yeah, no doubt about that. I just, as far as a driving experience, I'm not my bag. That was a nice pass. Nice pass. Also a pretty good pass. Little sloppy. Not bad, a little sloppy. Not bad. I navigated that all right. A little chunky. Early 90s boxcar, yeah. Okay, that was nice. So this here is just very much a... This was almost disastrous. That was all right. It was the second one that was the problem. Because the thing is, there's no need to get impatient, right? Like I have the car to catch these other cars. So there's no need at that point for me to blow them away when I can pass them in later time. I had already passed like 2/3 of the field at this point. Like I got, that was greedy. I didn't need to do that. And I just had 3 in front of me. Little shaky on that first pass. That was, yeah, little sloppy, but still okay. Oh, that's well. Still, whenever you see Vera next, please tell Vera hello as well. Oh, really, Arudno? Well, like, yeah, I mean, like, I've ridden in a Cadillac before, right? And that thing feels like you're on a waterbed. So, like, there are, you know, there's balance to be had. But, like, the BMW, really, you feel every bump. Like, just, it's like your teeth rattling type of drive. At least the one that I drove, which was my father-in-law's, actually, 90-something. I don't remember what it was. But I was like, yeesh, that's what it's like. It's like, oh, it's a great driving machine, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, oh, if you say so. Not my bag. So this was okay as well. The problem was when I hit that straightaway, and that's really what I'm looking for here, is to see what I did wrong there. That's fine. If people are going to try this game, I do recommend you watch your replays sometimes so you can see mistakes that you made. Like that was, again... I was overcautious here. So I made up a lot of room on this straightaway down here, but then we had a problem because I did not brake fast enough. I was ready for the one, I was not ready for the other, which was this grass thing, and that almost could have been a huge problem. Should have been braking earlier, did not. So it was, and then I had trouble with this. Yeah, like this whole section was not. We can throw that. That is not going to be in the highlight reel of Arv's greatest driving moments. That's not going to be that one. God, look how good this transition is. This is such a beautiful game. It's such a beautiful game. Look at the transition from light to darkness. I mean... Yes, that's right. That's, yeah, quite right on this, yeah. Yeah, you know, Trip is just, like, really pretty. Honestly, some of these places, it makes me want to go see these places, just, like, because it's so beautiful. That camera's destroyed. Now we're into dusk. That was very bad. That was terrible. Gorgeous thing behind. Okay. Good. That also is pretty good. Maintain speed through there. Hey, what's up, Stormer81? I have not tried the multiplayer yet. I can't say. I've just been playing the single player, which is honestly what I like about the Gran Turismos. Look at that. Woo! Freaking gorgeous. Look at that. God, that looks good. So good. It's a real showcase. And this is the PS4 version. But... But yes, welcome, Stormer. I'm going to be moving on here in just a minute, but... That third lap was better. Yeah, I know. I'm sure it's even that much more amazing with PS5. All right. So, victory, chat. We have won the Asia Oceania Championship. It's back to the cafe time. Yeah, no, I believe it. Well done for winning the Asia Oceania Championship. I have your reward ready to correct. Take it, you've earned it. How much money does this dude have? Red Bull Ring in Austria. Okay. Dragon Trail in Croatia. Okay. And the Nergberg Ring. Let's go. In Germany. Alright, so the BMW. Speaking of BMWs. For this menu, I'd like you to collect cars made by the German manufacturer BMW. Specifically, you'll be collecting the M series of high-performance sports cars. Come back to the cafe once you collected all 3 cars and you'll get a reward. Alright, well, I already got one. Is it really? Yeah. How many menu books are you in here, Hillness? I'm sure you got more than me, but... Because I know that it's like 37 total, which is what I'm pushing to finish to do, but... Alright. World Circuits. Oh, really? Oh, okay. Alright, time to go to Europe, people. Nergberg Ring and Dragon Trail. Let's do Dragon Trail first. I've never played on this one. Okay. Alright, so I need UK, Germany, France. I need European, and I need front rear. God help me. Alright, let's go do it. At least it's not freaking rear-wheel drive. Oh, wait, it is. Oh, God. Front rear. Alright, let's see what we got, chat. Best car that we can get. Let's go with Europe. Let's see what we have. Take a look at the car collection. There's the BMW. Yep. Alright. Let's take the Samba bus out. It's European. No, I'm just kidding. Alright, let's see. Let's sort this by... Sort it by performance points, shall we? Okay, the best is obviously this one. Then we got this one, which, no. Then we got this one, but that's front. So the best front rear we have is Camaro, but that's not going to work because it's an American one. That's Japanese. So the best one that we've got, that's American, Japanese, American, Japanese. The Scirocco. So the best one that we... Wow, really? The Scirocco R10, huh? Oh, that I can't because that's front. Okay, so then we keep going down. Ford, Nissan, BMW. Are you kidding me? That one that we just got is the best one that we've got. All right. All right, chat. There it is. It is the BMW. No, because it's front. It's got to be front rear. All right, time to tune this bad boy up. Now, the good news is we have got a lot of money, so that will help. Let's start with the Extreme. I'm not going to do nitrous yet, but we are going to go with this one, ceramic brakes. Let's do that. No, not yet. Let's go with this one, 517. Oops, can't do that one. New body, you know. No. Not going to do that. All right, engine balance tuning. I mean, I could. But this is fine because, like, I'll do this, right? I'll up the ante on this thing. And then we'll see how we go. 536. Because I want to win that stuff, honestly, if I can. 541. Do not want those. Let's go with that. Nah. Not going to do that yet, actually. Racing clutch and flywheel, yes. Okay, I can't do that till I get weight reduction stage 1. Let me go down here, actually. Let's go with weight reduction stage 1. Alright, then we're going to go with weight reduction stage 2, because this is the only one... I want to get the best I can, except for this one, you need to get these others before you get the higher level ones. So that's why you have to go, in this case, with something different. Stage 3. Alright, which will allow me to do stage 4, I believe. Yes. What? I can't? Oh, I can't do it anyway. Alright, well, doesn't matter. I was going to get that. This is 601. Yeah, I should have gotten that already, actually. That was a mistake to get those other tires, but oh well. It's okay. Alright. Let's see. Yep. Racing crankshaft. Fully customizable computer. Semi-racing, I think, is not as good as what I already had. Can't do any of that. I think I already got better than that. I did. I'm not going to switch the transmission there yet. I'm not going to do that either. Club Sports. This is going to drop it. This may be close to the maximum of what this bad boy can do. Oh, except that. Okay. These pistons will help as well. That's... Oh. Oh. Okay, good. Yeah, that's not as good as what I had. That's not as good as what I had. Let's see. And then that's all like... Okay. 640.52. That's... 640.52 is a lot better. So... Alright, Chad. We're going to drive this thing best we can. Let's get it rolling. We're going to win 2 races. This is not a mega, like, championship like we just played. There is an undo button, but you basically have to pay to get the body returned to normal, and it's expensive, Dragon Spirit. It's like 240,000, so. All right, Croatia first. Dragon Tail. Yeah, I know, right? Okay. 3 laps. We get an M3 if we win this. I guess there's an argument to be made that I could have just tried to up it just enough to win this and then spend my money on the gift card, but I've only got 2 races that I have to win here, I think. So that means that, honestly, I don't want to do that just for the purpose of 1 race. So, got a lot of beamers in here. All right. Okay, BMW, let's see what a driving machine actually is, okay? Wow, the freaking roar. It's angry. It's like, you will listen to me. We have ways of making you break. Okay. I think I did actually play... I did do a license test on this Dragon's Tail, I think. God, that's beautiful. Look at the mountains back there, too. That was nice. All right. If all goes well, I should be able to pass at least these two guys. Okay, so we're in second going into lap 2. That's a good place to be. Whoops, whoops, whoops. Took that too close. Nice. That was nice. That felt good. That felt good. It's a freaking beautiful track, man. Not a lot of people out this early in the morning to watch it. Like that, this part right here with the mountains, man. Jeez. That is some good stuff. Easy, easy. Sorry, I will catch up with chat in just a moment when I'm not in a spot where I'm going to go flying off the road. Nice, actually. That was okay. Thank you, Prince Justin. Also, what's up, man? How you doing? Yeah, I remember this. See, that's actually cool because the license test reminded me, you know, I remember having to do that pass over and over and over again on the license test, so. Okay, good lap. Crap, that... See, I lost traction there a little bit. It was supposed to slow down more than that, and then, you know, but worked out okay. It's all right. This may be the most beautiful track that I've raced in this game, honestly. Like, I mean, it's not my... I like it. I think it's a nice... I like the track. It's not my favorite track, although I still think it's... I do like it. But it's definitely, I think, the most beautiful track that I've raced. Just the mountains, the one direction, and then you got the valley below on the other side. It's nice. Lovely way to, you know, watch scenery at 160 miles an hour on average. Nice. Good race. Good race. I'm going to want to watch that one pass. That was pretty sweet. What's up, Satobo? One Direction was playing this video. That was nice. That was nice. I want to see that pass, though. And a clean race bonus, too. You get plus 50% to prize money if you have a clean race, which is smart. It means that if you do bump into people like I occasionally do on Tokyo Expressway, that's okay. Now, as I said, I don't love BMWs to drive them, but that is a sweet looking car. Look at that. That is a sweet looking car. It's a nice color. That's nice. That's a nice looking car. Okay. Looks like you won gold. Exactly. All right, I want to see that. See what you did there. All right, I want to see that pass, and then I won't watch the whole replay. It happened about very early, I think, in the second lap. So I will say this did not handle badly. This was a lot better, actually, than when I was real life handling my BMW. Not that I was going at 100, 20 miles an hour. Whoop. Yep. Yeah, that was a little clunky. That was a little chunky. That was fine. That was less fine. That was good. Car was so nice, why don't you marry him? Because there's only room for a single victor, Dragon. Arvin the torpedo aileron. It's good to see you, Seth. Okay, here we go. This is, I think, the good pass coming up. Yes. That was a nice pass. All right. That's all I wanted to see. I was wondering that too. I'm not doing that, Prince Justin. I wanted to be Roman, you ain't racing. I was wondering about that also. I don't know what the answer to that is. I don't know. I don't know why it flashes the lights. It's just for me, I'm just accelerating and braking and steering, but I don't know if that's like a thing where like you're flashing it is like, get out of the way, I don't know. Okay, so we got that now. Now the Nergberg Ring. Now, the Nergberg Ring is famous for being one of the most spectacular and most technically difficult tracks in the world. I would actually like to drive in real life the Nurburgring Ring someday. I've driven on the Autobahn. I would like to drive the Nurburgring Ring at some point because, yeah, it's well known for the graffiti as well. It's a cool track. There you can see it right there. So I'm excited to play it. Yeah, man. Have you been there, Sad? Have you ever been to the Nergberg Ring? Because I have never been there. Have you ever been to that one? No, I'm not. I was wondering that, but no, I'm not, Hilness. Oh, interesting. It could be that route, no. Yeah, dude, so good. And the thing is, like, I would not want to, listen, as much as I love this game, in real life, I don't want to be taking tracks at 150 miles an hour. But even going around these things at like 60, I would love to do that. It would be fun. Yes. The big thing is just like, oh my God, we're going to do this in the rain. Wait a minute. I did not sign up for this. I was not told. Damn German ingenuity. Stupid. Okay. Well, this is going to be interesting. I was not expecting... Nobody expects the Spanish Inquisition. I was not expecting the Nergberg Ring to also have rain to deal with. The track's hard enough. Only 2 laps because it's so long. It's a very long track. There was one of the Gran Turismos had an endurance race on the Nurburgring Ring, and I actually did it. It was fun, but it was like a couple hours. And they actually have one that's like a 24-hour, which I never did that one, but not in the Nurburgring. But the endurance one on Nurburgring, like you freaking feel it. And you got to do like tire changes and all that too. And that would be fun to do with multiple people, you know, where you're racing and then like you like pit, you have someone else jump in, like a relay race. That would actually be really sweet. That'd be a really good time. Oh, look at Mr. Fancy Pants in his convertible. Get out of here, Brosers. Your midlife crisis. That's not what we're doing right now. It's raining, my dude. Who goes out on a racetrack to race 140 miles an hour max on the Nergberg Ring in the rain with the freaking roof down? Like, what? I don't even think that's as aerodynamic. It probably creates more wind resistance, doesn't it? I think. Oh, okay. So you don't do the... Oh. Okay. Still, though. Yeah, that's... Because I was going to say the Nurburgring Ring is long, too. Okay, I didn't... That's... All right. Because there's a much longer section of this that they do for races. And that one that I was talking about, the endurance race, is the full track. That was nice. Keeping speed out of these turns is really critical. All right, final lap. There we go. Okay. That turn was pretty good. That was okay. Yeah, so this is way, way shorter than the Nergberg Ring normally is. Better than the first time I did that. Should be good to go. Nice. Okay. Very nice, very nice. 37.5 plus a clean race bonus. And we finished the menu book. That's a nice looking car too. See, I like the... I don't... You know what, Hillness? I know you said you love the boxy. I actually like the rounded. I don't want it to be so rounded that it's like a freaking early Ford Taurus. But that one just feels smooth to me, this one. So... Okay, we're not going to watch the replay on that because that was pretty straightforward. All right. Menu complete. We did what we need to do. Let's go talk to our boy Luca. Let's go back to the cafe. Could not agree more. let us go back to the cafe. There we go. For the Beamers. Congratulations, you've got all 3 cars. This completes your BMW M3 collection. Once you've collected your rewards, I've got some stories to tell you about these cars. 3-star roulette tickets. Those 3 stars are nice. BMW is a manufacturer that's seen great success in touring races where the race cars are based on production models. At first, BMW's in-house sports division ran the company's motorsport activities. Then in 1972, the year of Arv's birth, it set up a subsidiary company called BMW Motorsport, knowing that 49 years later, he would be ready. The new company's technical department developed engines for formula machines as well as touring cars. In 1993, its name was changed to BMW M, which is still used today. The amazing cars you see here are all production models developed by BMW M. Even among the rest of BMW's retail lineup, these stand out as being especially powerful and popular models. You realize we could sell our entire garage for like $4 million probably now? The first generation BMW M3, which made its debut in 1985, was the base model for the company's touring car. Designed from the ground up as though it were a race car, it remains a legend among M3s to this day. Ooh. Alfa Romeo, huh? Chris, what the hell do you have to say? About this car here, I can see. Chris, I see you've been working hard today. This is Chris. He loves to evaluate, assess, and appraise. Good to see you both. Yes, it's true. When I see a nice car, I just can't help but check it out and steal it. People around here call me the automobile inspector. Now let's see what we have here. There's nothing like an M car from BMW. The first generation M3 is mostly associated with racing. The final model was this Sport Evolution, which was quite popular. It's distinguished by its upgraded 2.5-liter engine and rear spoilers. First glance, the mods may seem slight, but those in the know will tell you otherwise. Oh yeah, these cars are impressive indeed. Not many of the original M3s are produced, so you can expect their prices will increase with time. Thanks, Chris. Alright, Alfa Romeo. Alright. For this menu, I'd like you to collect cars made by legendary Italian manufacturer Alfa Romeo. The highest performance versions of silver Alfa Romeo models are called Quadrifoglio Verde. The name means green four-leaf clover in Italian. Of the cars you need to collect, the 8C Competizione is the most powerful. Be sure to admire this one in your garage. There's a reward for you if you can collect all 3 cars, so come back here once you're done. Alright. I guess the original production models, maybe? I'm guessing, Hillness? Right? Like, I think. Okay, we also have to do this roulette wheel here. They're going to make me use an Italian car. They won't let me use my Mitsubishi, will they? I bet. Alright, 3-star roulette. Alright, let's go. Let's make it happen. I did win a car on one of these last night on not a 3-star. God bless America. The worst thing we could have gotten. I mean, it's still a lot of money, but damn it. It is totally rigged. Okay. So, let's see what we got. I love the color of this car. That is nice. Nice, nice, nice. All right. This is a good looking car too. Okay. Now, I'm going to change back. Let's go into the twin turbo. Okay, I'm sure you will let me compete now to get Alfa Romeo, right? Right? Yeah. Whoops, whoops, whoops. Not what I meant to do. Right? Yeah. You can do it. Just cash. I did get a car. I don't... I think I did get a Mazda, yes. I don't know which one, though. All right. Okay, which one? I'll let you folks decide. What are we doing? Where are we going first, folks? Are we going to Brands Hatch in the UK? Are we going to Alsace? Or are we going to Sardinia? What's it going to be? UK, France, or Italy? Which one do we want to do first? Italy, Sardinia. Yeah. Italy, Italy, Italy. I got some people who are into Italy. All right, all right, all right. Listen, I hear the will. I hear the will of chat. Past results, past results. Clubman Cup. Can I do it? Damn it, I need it to be UK, Germany, France, Italy, or Austria. But the good news is it does not need to be an FR. So it just needs to be European. So we're going to go back to the garage. We're going to pick ourselves up a European car. I guess I can do my Beamer again. I guess that's possible. Okay. So let's sort this by performance points, shall we? Okay, so we need a European car right here. The Clio RS. It's French car. FF, that's fine. This thing actually is nice looking. All right, let's do it, chat. Let's tune this bad boy up and see what we can do with this thing. First of all, before I tune it up, I want to make sure that I can use... It's a V6, yeah. Well, let's make sure that I can actually enter it, first of all. I should be able to, but... I can, all right. Good. So, in that case, I'm going to go... trick this bad boy out. Oh, they purchased a lot of stuff already. Did they really? Okay, I never even needed the nitrous. Interesting. Yeah. Expensive, but worth it. Okay. I already have a medium turbocharger on that. See, look, a lot of this stuff is already purchased. That's interesting. So they already have a lot of this stuff. No wonder it's as high as it is. Look at that. They've already got a lot of this stuff. Yeah. That's good. I mean, that means I dropped what, 30,000 on it? It was good to go. All right, let's see what this thing can do. All right, Sardinia, let's go. Time to see what this Clio can do. Ooh, let's... I've never driven an Alfa Romeo either. I mean, obviously, most of these race cars. This is the part where I'm like, I've never driven a Bugatti. And most people have not driven a Bugatti. Dancing, 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 dancing. This is another great one because of the windmills. Yeah, I do remember this track. Wow, we're about to pass a Lamborghini in this bad boy. Jeez, this car is a beast. Wow. All right, I'm impressed. That's some freaking badass acceleration too. Look at that. The handling on this thing is nice. Freaking Scirocco, get out of here. My rule is if you are related to a car that was being driven by the kids who used to come to the freaking field, the park where everyone hung out, and like, all right, Robin is racing, the park where everybody hung out, and blast like terrible mid-'80s rap music as you had your freaking car with Oakley thermonuclear protection stickers on the back or whatever, then you don't belong, all right? I can't take you seriously. I'm sure they're nice cars. I can't take you seriously. Dude, this car, though. Reach behind me to scratch my back while going 154. Not something you would see in real life. Whoa, 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 whoa. Okay, that was a problem. Whoopsie. Yeah. Get your green thing out of here. We're all good. All right, this thing's a little temperamental if you go off the rails here. Got to be careful on those tires. What you just saw is not something that would happen to my beloved twin turbo. That would not happen. Fortunately, very nicely. Okay. Nice. Very smooth. Good. Let's go. Must be so demoralizing to be in a second car and just watch the car ahead of you just freaking blow you off the line and be like, well, that's the end of, I'm not catching that car. Because at that point, it's like, maybe he makes mistakes. Or like, I mean, yes, obviously that can happen, as I just proved by practically spinning this thing out. But realistically, you're not going to catch them just through superior driving talents at that point. Like, you just, the car has got to go with you to do that. So, all right, better. Learn my lesson there, chat. Yeah, I took that a little extra slow just to make sure. One more big turn to take. Nice. And all good. Just a nice gradual right up here. I mean, gradual while going over 100 miles an hour, but still. All right. Yeah, we're all good. Nice. Yes, that's right. That's right. Well, I don't know if you remember, Prince Justin. If you were, I think you were here by that time yesterday when I was facing down the Fiat battle. And I was just like, God, the freaking, yeah. This car is nice. Got to be a little careful in terms of the handling is generally good. It's a little shaky, can spin out on certain occasions, but that, however, is a nice looking car. Wow. God damn. Feast your eyes on that. Woof. It's a sweet looking car. Sweet car. Spicy meatball. I mean, it honestly feels like I'm racing a hatchback. Like, it basically feels like I'm racing a hatchback against, like, freaking Lamborghini Countach. Just have a seat, you know? It really feels very much like one of these cars is not like the other type of deal. Let me buy. I just want to see what happened on the spin out. Somewhere around here is where I ended up spinning out. Yeah. Wow. Interesting. Okay. Did not like heading onto the grass. Okay. Yeah, thanks. I was trying to like steer like against and into the scale. Like I try to not overreact. One of the big things to remember is that when you start spinning like that, it is not you cannot overcorrect or you're going to make things worse. So, all right, chat. Where are we going next? France or England? France or England? Where next? Doop doop doop, France or England? Doop doop doop, France or England? Doop doop doop, France or England? Doop doop doop, France or England. We have one vote for England, one vote for France. 2 votes for France. 1 England, 2 French. Shockingly, France and England against each other again. 2 for England, 2 for France. 3 for England, 2 for France. Wow, that's a close vote. All right, anybody else? Three for England, 2 for France, going once. 3 for England, 2 for France, going twice. We got 3 of each. 3 for England, 3 for France. All right, we need a tiebreaker here, people. 3 England votes, 3 French votes. What will it be? And Bulgaris gives us France, the tiebreaker. All right. Okay, Bulgaris, we're going to see how this goes. I was thinking about using the Alfa Romeo we just got, but I think after I want to see whether I can save some money to get the really expensive cars, and that means not tuning up a whole new car. This thing that I've got is almost maxed out. Not quite maxed out, but it's pretty high up to begin with. So since it obviously had no problem with that first race, we'll see how it handles this one. Got some serious rain going on here. Yes, and we're getting to that next. It'll be a strong finish here, Rock God, right? Start out with a nice hairpin. Gets past the Countach, which for some reason continues to be one of the last cars in this race. Yeah, it looks more like us. So does that. Oh boy. And ironically, we're going past an Alfa Romeo. Whoa, that was no fun. That thing got thrown off a little bit when we hit it. There we go. All right, you're in my sights. Not good, not good, not good, not good. The reason I didn't get back on the road there was because if I corrected with this car right on me, it was going to send me off. That was going to be bad. Okay. Lovely. Wow, thanks for the late brake warning, guys. Could have been a lot worse. All of a sudden, it was just like, oh, by the way, you should brake. I'm like, Thanks for letting me know. Careful there. That was okay, though. Okay, we take first just as we begin lap 2. I think I used this for a license test also. This, like, familiarity with the license test is really helping me on some of these tracks, honestly. Too far out on the apex there. Okay. It's a little bit of a bank, so you don't have to do quite as much braking coming out of it, but you got to be careful because the car feels like it could lose it up there, so you got to be careful. This corner, the game does not understand that braking. Oh, Jesus. Hello? The car does not understand this braking situation up here. The game is like, what? What do I do here? Got to be careful about that section of the track because clearly the game is like, wait, what? Okay. Good. Okay, last lap. Pretty long track, actually. Clunking on that turbocharged engine, man. Okay. This is with super soft tires, by the way, which have the best grip for these kind of road surfaces, unless it's wet conditions, but this is not. Again, like... Okay, that was better. This whole turn area, though, is like... This thing's a freaking mess over here. Got ourselves a real badass over here. Good. Good stuff. That's funny, Rude. No, really? Oh, we got us a raid here. We got us a raid from Josiah Firesnake. Lovely. Thank you very much, Josiah. Welcome, Raiders. It's good to see you, man. I hope all is well. It is good to see you. Welcome, welcome, everybody. Welcome, Raiders. Welcome to Car PG, as Rudenell called it yesterday. Car PG. So, welcome. I am, this is one of my favorite series that I don't get to stream often, and so I've been really enjoying playing this with Gran Turismo 7. We are doing our thing. Going well, man. Going well. Thank you for the Tier 1 sub. I appreciate it, man. Thank you, thank you. We are playing some Gran Turismo. This game is awesome, and as you can see, we just got a pretty sweet car. Also, I will say that while I'm thinking about it, that if anyone here would like to, I would love it if people would be willing to sub to my YouTube channel. I'm trying to get up to 1,000 subscribers. That's a big step for the channel because, ooh, look at that. That's nice. Although I really love the helmet I have already. But anyway, I'm trying to get 1,000 subs because I can monetize that channel then. It also gives me flexibility in terms of the Twitch channel. So it unlocks a bunch of stuff for us. And we are only 73 subs away. So if you folks would be willing to be part of that movement, that would be lovely if you could sub to us. It's free for you to do that, but it really helps us out. So please consider it. And welcome, everybody. Actually, I'm not going to watch this replay. I want to move on to play the next race. There's nothing super exciting about that race. It was fine, but all right, let's do it. Let's do this. All right, we're finishing up this menu book in the nation of England. It's time for some Brands Hatch. Hey, Ben Josiah, what were you playing today? What was on the docket? Oh, you were playing Celeste. Were you playing the DLC? Because I am very much looking forward to playing that. The new DLC to Lost Valley or whatever. I've heard good things. And I'll see your answer as soon as I'm not racing at a million miles an hour around the track. Just the base campaign, but enjoy the multiplayer. Ah, nice. Yeah, I didn't play the multiplayer, actually. I really like Celeste a lot, though. I interviewed those guys, Tactical Adventure, Emil Zhang. I interviewed him on GOG, actually, because that's where I was playing the game, and I really, really liked it a lot. So I was excited for Lost Valley, and I just finished playing the base game, like, 6 weeks ago, maybe? So, whoops. Sorry. Robin is racing. Sorry, Porsche. Oh, it's our boy. It's our arch nemesis. B. Beauvoir. All right, Beauvoir. Again with the convertibles. I don't... Dude, I just... Nice. Two guys to catch. One guy to catch. Beauvoir, you will pay for your transgressions. You'll pay for your transgressions. I think I hear my daughter. I'm going to, as soon as I pass this car, say goodnight to her. Okay. Hang on a second, chat. Go over here. Good night, my love. So I'm going to see you tomorrow. Okay, love you, sweet. Love you too. Bye. Thanks. Okay. That's true, Josiah, actually. That could be some fun. Like D&D with viewers without, you know. Although, I don't know how well the sort of drop-in, drop-out capabilities are. You know, I don't know. I don't, you know, like, would you have to have the same people every time or whatever? Or... At first I was like, where's the guy in first? And then I'm like, oh yeah, I'm in first. Like, that's why I see nothing in front of me. Do not want to hit that sand. This car does not handle going off-road very well. Final lap. It's the final lap. Diddle-doo. 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 Final lap. Diddle-doo. Almost. That could have been a little dangerous. Okay. Problem. Worked out though. It's a little dicey in certain spots around corners, but then it immediately picks up when you drop like speed just a bit. So it works out, but it's a nice car, but I still prefer my twin turbo. Nice. Good to go. Lovely. Yes, that was Lasers and Feelings, is what you're talking about, Rockod. That was fun. No, it was Lasers and Feelings. Carlos played some, like, also a doctor, actually, I think. In that one, and yeah, it was good times. All right, let's see that car. Yay! What a fun little car. All right, we did our Alfa Romeo work, folks. Okay, we're not gonna watch that. We're all good. I want to make some progress here. Okay. That was only about a 5.5 second, but I was taking that course easy, so. Let's go back to the cafe. Agreed. Dun, 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 dun. Oh, I need to check out responses in chat because people responded to me and I... Once you have a save file same for characters, different players could log into a per session basis to play them. Oh, yeah. That's cool. Yep. Rambo spaceship. Yep. Yep. Look at all the red cars. Oh, man. Red's my favorite color, so. Congratulations, you've got all 3 cars. This completes your Alfa Romeo collection. Once you've collected your rewards, I've got some stories to tell you about these cars. I get another roulette ticket. Okay. Look at that. One of the oldest of Italy's many car companies is Milan's Alfa Romeo. Established in 1910, it's been around for more than a century. You can get a taste of its amazing history by studying its logo. It combines the cross of the city of Milan with a snake that represents the local house of Visconti. Well, both the company and the logo remain strong to this day. That's a sweet steering wheel. In 1911, Alfa Romeo took part in its first Grand Prix race to compete with other manufacturers from all over the world. In the 1920s and 1930s, the company won several races and championships in succession. Wonder if we ever drove that in the Saboteur. Building on this success, Alfa Romeo decided to produce small numbers of production cars based on its race machines. And Alfa Romeo has remained a producer of high-performance cars ever since. Nice. That's cool. Use circuit experience to learn about a track. Okay. What's that mean? Now that you've added some powerful European cars from BMW and Alfa Romeo to your collection, I'd like you to enter the European Championship. Okay. I don't think you've ever raced in Europe before, so I hope you enjoy it. I mean, except when you told me to go race. What? I just got done racing in Europe to get these things. I don't think you've ever raced in Europe before, he says, after I go to Italy, France, and England. Do we have a different definition of Europe? Like, is this Brexit? I don't know. Okay, head over to the World Circuits and select Dragon Trail, Gardens in Europe. Use the Circuit Experience feature to drive a lap of the track and get a feel for its layout. So you manage to score bronze or better on your practice lap, this menu is complete. Using the Circuit Experience feature to learn the track is the key to winning there in future races, okay? I don't think you've ever driven in Italy before. Now that you're back from Rome, Yeah, it still doesn't explain France and Italy, though, which I'm pretty confident are both part of Europe. Certainly these things, though. All right, so we're going to go get this roulette wheel. All right, now, come on here. Oh, look at that car. The lowest amount of money again. The lowest amount. True. Yes, that is a good question, I suppose. All right, let's take a look at the car collection and see what we got. Okay. 442 horsepower right out of the gate. 555 before I even do anything to it. That's pretty nice. 152 horsepower. 235 horsepower. Okay, let's change car. All right, so my twin turbo. They probably still won't let me race this, will they? I probably need a European car. Yeah, let me not go over there with that. I'm almost certain I need a European car. All right, let's go in here. Let's see what we can do with this car. Boom, boom, boom. Because we're only racing a lap anyway, so it's about the speed. Okay, Dragon Trail again. Circuit Experience. Gardens. Okay. Remember to hydrate. Yeah, it's I got like 40 in my own garage, Josiah. Just like these things. Hey, what's up, Vargas? Yeah, GT Sport. I mean, I heard good things about that for multiplayer, but honestly, it didn't have the single player that I wanted, and this thing is all about it. It's the one lap attack that I'm trying to get. So yeah, we want 142. Oh, I have to do it in their car. Okay. Oh my god, dude. What am I even in? Freaking jet engine. What is this? Wow. at this, like someone's playing a violin in the back seat. I feel like I'm driving the Enterprise, like, is what this feels like. God damn it. 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 Ah. Ah, that's so annoying. I was there. That was literally like the last turn. Man. This car sounds sick, like really. And not sick isn't bad. I mean, sick isn't awesome. Okay. It's almost a problem. Here's where I gotta take it easy. Shoot. I'm not gonna be anywhere close. Wow, I'm not anywhere close. Terrible. Wow, that was awful. Okay, that's a problem. I gotta really push it then more than I was doing. Ghost me. God damn it. Freaking Peugeot. Okay. I like that they do the ghosts so you can see where you were at last time. Crap, I knew it. Ah, man, I felt it. This is not easy. This is not easy. Okay, that was better. I was almost too close. Okay. Yes. Wonderful. Goodbye. I'm done with that. Not doing that again. Good God. Goodbye. Bye-bye. Thank you, thank you. Got the bronze, I'm out. I don't think I need to get the bronze on all of it. I think I just need to do one of them. With this one lap attack thing, I think. Yep. Okay, good. Going back to the cafe. Okay, I did it, Luca. You proud of me? I'm all good. I'm all good. And I was all worried about what car to use, and it was like, no, we'll give you the car. You've done it again. Nice work. I'll bet you've got a good understanding of the Dragon Trail Gardens track now. Oh, yeah. Next, I'm going to ask you to enter a championship. But don't worry, I haven't forgotten about your reward. It's all yours. You've earned it. Autodromo Nazionale Monza. Oh. And there's the championship. All right. It's time to go win Europe, chat. How was your practice run at Dragon Trail Gardens? Did you get a good feel for the track? Yeah. Now it's time for you to take on the European Championship. Your goal is to finish in the top 3 overall. Good luck. All right. Yeah. Ooh, here we go. Aston Martin. Porsche. Alfa Romeo. These cars, dramatically positioned against the sunset, are part of Europe's finest. You too can drive an Audi and feel European. Lights up. Let's get ready to rumble! Oh, until Michael Buffer joins the mix. All right, we're gonna take the Clio in and see how the Clio does with this. I don't know. But I'd like to save the money because I want to save it for when we get those really expensive, like crazy go nuts cars. Okay, European Championship. Let's do it. Stayed for the Rumble. Came for the racing, stayed for the Rumble. A Royal Rumble. All right, we got Dragon Trail first, and then I forget what that number 2 is there. Doop, but down. Doop, boom, but down, boom. Doop, boom, but down, boom, but doop. Crazy go nuts cars. All right. Here we go. as always, starting in dead last. We got 15 cars to pass, everybody, and we got 3 laps to do it. Okay. 13 left to pass. That was really nice. 12 left to pass. 11 left to pass. 10 left to pass. 9 left to pass. 8 left to pass. 7, 6, 5 left to pass. 4 left to pass. Wow. Nice. That was really nice. 3 left to pass. See if I can do it here. 2 left to pass. Had time for my back to get itchy. 1 left to pass. And 0. We are in first all alone. Now it's time to consolidate and build upon a lead. Crap. That was way too wide, but I'll take it. Much, much worse. Whew. Okay. So I think the Clio has proven that it can handle these things, or at least generally, but now we got some problems, chat, because it's raining, and I don't know how these tires are going to do, or this car. So let's hope we have enough of a lead that we can compensate for mistakes, because... Rain again. Here comes the rain again, falling on this car like a memory. Trying to get a menu book with devotion. It's all good though. No problem. There we go. Thank you. All right, we did it. 14 seconds, baby. And we defeated B. Beauvoir. All right, 12 points. So we're in the lead. 2 races to go to win the European Championships. What's up, XR Snow? Well, I think that there wasn't as much rain. I'm not going to watch that. I think there wasn't as much rain. Maybe there's just a little bit here and there, Rudnell. I think that's how it worked out. If there had been more rain, I would have been worried about that, honestly. Because, like, I was not expecting that. Okay, the Monza. Have I raced Monza before? Maybe? Possibly? I am working on... European Championship is like 24 maybe, XR? 24, 25? I gotta look. I actually don't remember what menu book we're on. I'll know when this race is over, but... well, no, it was on 21. This might be book 26, actually. You were hoping for a downpour. You trying to troll me? Is that what we're talking about right now? Really? Looks like we don't have any rain to worry about here. This track is not... We'll see what happens. This may be a high-speed track, actually. No, there's like one left bend, no hairpins up. Oh, that's awesome. Look at that. Oh, sweet. With the freaking Italian... That's awesome. Okay, that was not what I planned. Got a little too caught up in looking at the amazing fireworks, amazing smoke display, and yeah, I remember this. Okay, I did race this. The S curve, this is it's the little bend that's the problem, but if you can get through those, then the rest of this is not bad, honestly. Okay. Oh, not a lot of room on the outside. All right, let's get inside then. I continue to not understand how I just keep passing the Countach like it's standing still. Like, I don't... This is not the Countach's rep. Holly Hunter. Did a lot of license tests on this one. Got to maintain your speed through there and then just, you know... Dude, whoever... Beauvoir is, like, way up there. Alright, well, we got 3 laps to catch him, so... 2.5 left, I guess. Oh, that was very dangerous. I almost went into the pit track there, the pit lane there. I was like, we'll catch him. Crap. Bad. Get on the road. Get on the road. Yeah, it's all right. We made better. They're much closer to us than they were, so that's okay. Thanks. Appreciate it. Bumper cars for the win! Woo! I mean, look, I did not initiate that contact, all right? Bashing is racing. Kind of fun, that S section. You just notice they got the pedal shifter, the paddle shifters, whatever. Oh, I'll check out chat in just a minute, everybody. Thank you for the gift subs. What's up, Shadow? Thank you, my friend. Thank you, thank you. I appreciate that, dude. Thanks. I will respond to chat in just a moment. I'm a little busy right now. This is very bad. Very, very bad. Very, very bad. Very, very bad. Oh my God, that was awful. That was horrific. Absolutely horrific. Fortunately, I had a good enough lead. But, yeah, thank you very much for the generosity, Shadow. I appreciate it. I hope all is well with you. I will welcome everybody accordingly and do all that good stuff, but first I've got to actually get through and win this race. All right, I'm just going to cut straight across. I'm not going to be winning any clean race bonuses on this one. That's for sure. There will be no clean race bonus on this one. That was good. Good section. Sometimes you see those cars coming right behind you close, and then you realize they have to navigate the same slow S-curve you did. Good stuff. Great success. I think I am going to watch the first little bit of this replay. All right. Can you feel the subs tonight? All right. Let's catch up with everybody. Let's see. Haven't able to watch you play, so you played the day this came out. Beauvoir, you be ours. And I totally blame you for me getting this game. Hey, listen, I'll take that blame. I'll take that hit. It was good, wasn't it? Holly Hunter, decent actress, amazing race car driver. Yeah, no, it's true. It's true. 3 gift subs. Thank you so much again, Shadow Mage. Welcome back, Brizzle. Good to see you, Brizzle. Hello, Ghost of Tom Servo. Oh, my goodness. Listen, any Mystery Science Theater 3K person is a friend of ours. And, of course, Sticker Glue. Thank you, Shadow, so much for those gift subs. I appreciate it, man. Thank you, thank you. Cool. All right. So, 24-20. We've got 4-point lead over our boy, Beauvoir. And, surprisingly, no clean race bonus. I do want to watch just the first part of this, especially where I switched into that other lane, because where I got a little bit of assistance. Doink. Yeah, that was not so good. Yes. The GT3000, which has often been my favorite XR in a lot of the Gran Turismos. It's just as good this time. I mean, it's great. I would be using that everywhere. This car's not bad. I mean, I'm using it because it's European Championship and I have to use a European car. But in general, yeah, sign me up for the Twin Turbo 3000 GT. It is good stuff. Great handling, excellent acceleration, incredible top speed. It's all good. Very stable. Not inclined to spin out the way this car sometimes can. I'm just watching this replay because I want to get to the part where I pass those cars. That was pretty solid. Yes, I believe that's right, and it was well worth it. Well worth it. How far? What menu book are you on, XR? I'll check what menu book I'm on. Well, as I say, when I finish this one, but yeah, that turn gave me trouble, both this and the following lap. I just want to see the part where I got past those other two. Yeah. That was, this is the guy behind everyone. Meanwhile, whoop-a-doop, whoop-a-doop, whoop-a-doop-a-doop. Alright, we get the idea. Yeah, that was, oh, 32 or 33. Oh, you're closing in on the end then. Yeah, I think I'm high 20s here, but we'll see once I get done with this. The Nergberg Ring. Now, again, this is just the F1 portion of it. I think this is what Satobo said. So this is not the full Nergberg Ring, the fully operational battle station. Okay. Okay. So it's been all that, right? XR, I got you into it, but it's been worth it, right? Hey, Redlear, yeah, it's awesome, right? I'm a big fan. Redlear, how's the, how are your feelings about, do you think this would work in space? You have any thoughts about the rubbing is racing principle in space travel? Any thoughts? All right, one more race, chat. We win this. We win the European Championship. We win Europe. Yeah, that was my impression. Was that Sport was like, I mean, Sport was great for Vargas is playing that and really likes it, and Sport was great for multiplayer. But like, I play Gran Turismo frankly for the single player campaign. Again, like I play for Car the RPG. Feel a little bad about that. Only a little though. There we go. They would call it griefing. Would they really? I imagine they would. I mean, I honestly, I really am not trying to do that, but there are times when, you know, there's only so much space that exists in a particular, you know, portion of air, and oh, crap. Crap! Very bad, very bad. Very, very bad. Very bad. We got some room to make up. We got a race here, people. This, that was not good. Doing this while also racing, also not good. Sorry. All right. Nice clean lap. All right, looks, mistakes were made, okay? I'm not going to... do not like that turn. Okay, 3 to catch, 3 to catch. Excuse me. A little bit of an assist. Hey, thanks. Fortunately, the rain is held off for the most part. That was pretty good. That's been your favorite one? I don't think I've seen that one yet, XR, or at least I haven't, certainly haven't driven it. But I love the fact, I mean, there are a lot of people who just find particular cars and they're just like, this is the car to go, you know? And of course, I still am basically using, like, production cars for the most part. Like, this is a racing car, but it was basically just heavily modified, you know? So, like, most of the cars I haven't been doing the F1s, the Bugattis, the... Crap. Okay. That could have been really bad. I really do not like that turn at all. And that turn coming up at the bottom that I'm going to get to is also not fun. So... yeah, but some people really like, you know, the feel of different cars, and that's really cool. Okay, better. Better that turn. Not bad. And there we go. Huzzah! European Championship, 1. The Nergberg Ring trial. That's good stuff, actually. That's good stuff, Rock God. Well done. Give me just 1 second. Give me 1 second. Hey, mods, can you do me a favor, please? And can you just check into the... Can we just check in here? Check in the mod channel in Discord, please. Okay. Thank you. Okay. Thank you. Sorry, channel stuff, folks. Beg your pardon. Please hold. Okay. Okay. Right. And let's see. That would be okay. Just if you don't mind, although are you not? Let's see. Yes, give me 1 second actually, Reno. Sorry everyone, bear with me for just a moment. Okay, I just sent you a whisper, Arudinel. Okay. You got to hear the victory music during this time. Okay. Where was I? I was doing this. Okay, sorry about that. Get to hear the same. All right, so we won with ease. Not a safe race bonus. 60,000. All right, we got a Ford Focus, a Dodge Challenger, and a Chevy Corvette. All right, chat. What do we do? Left? Oh yeah, everything's fine. We're all good, Miss Tunsil. Yeah, no problems. Left, middle, or right? Left, middle, or right? What should we do, chat? Yeah, it really is not. Yeah, no, we're all good. Left, right, or middle? Left, middle, or right? All right, I got a left. I got a right. 2 left, 1 right. Okay. All right, so left, right, left, left. Okay, we got 3 lefts and 1 right. All right, going once, going twice. We got a Dodge Challenger. Very nice, very nice. I don't think a Ford Focus, and I sure as hell didn't want a Chevy Corvette. We don't have a Dodge Challenger yet. Nice work, chat. Good stuff, everyone. There we go. That's like an Interstate 76 car right there. The Dodge Challenger, baby. Yeah. 50 gallons to the mile, you know. That type of thing. Cool. All resolved. Thank you for being part of the best mod team in the business, everybody. Have I mentioned, chat, that my mods are the best? Have I talked about that today? I think I have mentioned it before. They are the best. Oh yeah, Garlic? When muscle cars look like muscle cars. That's right. We're not gonna do that now. I wanna get the reward. Beauvoir. You had nothing. Now you can dodge the Challenger cars. Exactly, Darth Sisu, exactly. Thanks for the good turnout tonight, too, folks, for a game that I don't usually play. I'm glad that I got a chance to do that. All right, let's go back to the cafe and win the award and get the stuff. Well done for winning the European Championship. Your reward is ready to collect from the usual place, Colorado Springs, all right. Oh, the Ford collection. All right, all right. So I'm at, whoa. So it's menu book 26. Menu book 26. Oh, we're got a pickup there. Menu book number 26. For this menu, we'll be collecting cars produced by Ford. Exactly. Boasting more than 120 years of history, Ford is the first company in the world to mass-produce automobiles. These 3 cars are packed with the power you'd expect from an American car manufacturer. Collect them, then come back here. I mean, I don't know about a Ford Focus being filled with power, but... Yeah, and I haven't raced any trucks on here so far. Not in this iteration, anyway. Okay. I'm gonna see if I can switch back into my main axe, as they say. No cars from Austria yet. Nice. Okay, so we're going to change cars. And we're going to sort this by performance points. And you will note that the twin turbo remains at the top of the duty roster. Let's go. Now, I don't know whether we're going to be able to get into all these races with the GT, but we'll see. Hang on. Okay. Let's see. We got Willow Spring. Oh, this is all U.S. Well, I guess that makes sense. They're going to make me drive an American car. They're 100% going to make me drive an American car. Yeah, I need to get a pickup truck. Okay, so what do I win from this? Do I win a truck? Yeah, so all right. So I'm going to see if I can race a couple of these other ones first. Oh, they're all truck races? Are you serious? Really? No, they're not all truck races. What was I supposed to... Oh, that one. They are. All right, we got to go get... All right, it's time to buy us a truck. Okay. We got to buy one first. All right, chat. Well, listen, we have not bought a car yet for a while, so let's go shopping. Let's go buy us a truck. I want to see, actually, if this brand thing... what they've got for me on offer. Probably still can't afford it, but... what's my invitation? To buy an Aston Martin, huh? They are letting me buy... Oh. I mean, you can't have enjoyed a James Bond movie in your life and not like the look of the Aston Martin. Now, I mean, I'm not going to blow all my money. I don't even have enough yet. But... also get a Porsche. $2.3 million. Okay, thanks. Get right on that. I have invitations for a few of these. Lamborghini, Ferrari. $739 horsepower, four-wheel drive, right out of the freaking gate. And it can be mine for the cool price of $3,640,000. Dang. Oh, that's right. That's right. Yeah. Because of the thing they had earlier on. All right. Well, never mind. That was for me for one brief moment, being like, maybe I have mine now. All right, let's go shopping at the places where the plebes shop. All right, let's do it. Used car, legend cars. No, let's go to used car. Okay, and actually, let me see. Let me make sure I know exactly what cars we need for this. It's a bargain at half the price. exactly. Okay, we need a... So, please remind me, chat. We need either a Tundra TRD Pro or an F-150 SVT Raptor. And probably the Tundra is a better option because we're getting a Raptor from one of these. But either a Tundra TRD Pro or a F-150 Raptor. All right, so now let's go buying. Right, but I need to get a Tundra because that's the only way we enter the race. So I'm a Toyota guy. We can do that. Well, hello, Arvin Eleron. You'll be pleased to know that we've got new cars in stock. You got that right. All righty. Okay. You got nothing for me in used, huh, kid? Nothing for me in used. Yeah, they've only got a couple. That's interesting. All right, well, back to Brand Central. Let's go to Ford. Oh wait, no. Why am I doing that? I don't want America. I said Toyota Tundra. What's wrong with me? That's what I wanted. Toyota. Okay. $62,000. What do we got for colors? Black. Nah, I like blue. All right. Let's pick it up. Trophy earned. Heavy haulage. Puma suit number 2. Yes, I do want to get into that car. All right, let's soup this bad boy up. Racing pickup trucks for fun and profit. Alrighty, yes, so, right, time to tune this bad boy up. 755,000 credits. Too bad I have to, like, I'm gonna get a truck from here, so it's a little unfortunate, but definitely want a weight reduction on a freaking truck, because they are heavy. I wonder if making a truck racing ready makes it useless for everything else. I would assume so. Can't go that high. All right. Okay, ceramic brakes. Oh, no, no. No, 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 no. Let's do that. Okay, well, again, Garlic, thank you so much for all the support. I really appreciate it. And, yes, thank you for the kind words about the trip, and I expect we will enjoy it and sleep well. Folks should be buying all of Garlic Tofu's stuff and supporting the amazing people at Athos because they are great. Right. Intercooler. Racing air filter. I love it. Tell me more. Racing muffler. Tell me more. Tell me more. Did you get a big truck? Okay. Man, that is such a big jump. 634. Woof. That is no joke. Another big jump. It's gonna be worse, yeah. Also worse. Okay. Right, definitely worse. That's better though. That's worse. That's not though. That's not as good as what I've already got. Neither is that, right? Neither is that, right? Neither is that. Oh, wait. Alright, good. Alright. Now we got a car that's ready to move. It's so, I mean, it's so true, XR. I mean, it's the only thing that's in contact with the road, right? Only thing that's supposed to be in contact with the road is the tires. So if you think about it, that ought to be a big deal. Yep, the Sifwa story bundle. It's really awesome stuff. Thank you, Garlic. Okay. Let's make this happen. Let's do it. Willow Springs. You can be my Willow Springs. Okay. Let's do it. Time to drive trucks. Ford Focus. I like how these menu books, though, make it so that you really do process, like, you do get most of the available cars and trucks, you know? Like, you do get a lot of these. All right, here we go. A night race, too. Oh, my gosh. Brr, brr, I'm a manly car. Brr, 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 brr. Listen to my engine. Brr, brr, brr. It's like freaking Eminem in 8 Mile with after the first guy goes, just like bop it, bop it, ow, ow. Oh, look at this guy with the freaking camo truck. Oh. That's cool, Moon. Oh, God. Sorry. Whoa, dude. Nice. Jeez, 145 miles per hour in a pickup. I don't even... I think feels a little dicey around corners, honestly. Feels like it's gonna lose just going around a curve. It is not like. But you gotta have a special love for pickup trucks to want to be like souping them up this way. Although, honestly, Mrs. Arv has always kind of wanted a pickup truck. I don't fully understand the appeal myself, but I've definitely come around to the appeal of a van, not as a normal driving instrument, but man, vans are so useful to to handle like family and also cargo. I get that, but woo. Yeah, I was exactly. You can haul things, but you can haul things in a van, right? I mean, I just want to watch the first little part of this replay. Your next car will be a small SUV. I do like the Toyota. We have a RAV4 hybrid that I really, really like. So, and our next van is going to be a hybrid to electric, depending on what we can get. Because we needed a van, honestly, because, you know, a lot of kids, you know, multiple kids and family members to fit, plus cargo to haul, so. Wow. Move out the way. Look at that front. It's really pretty. Yeah. No, I mean, right. I understand, but that was cool. You get the idea. That's cool. Yeah, well, yeah. I mean, yeah, I do think, but I think that a lot of vans, though, especially because vans, unlike pickup trucks, can handle more like cars, and also you can keep yourself inside instead of just exposing everything in a pickup bed. And you could say you could get a covered pickup bed, but then why wouldn't you just get a van? You know, like, so, but I understand that, you know, there's towing capacities more. Like, obviously, for people who are doing, like, you know, heavy duty, like, construction work or industrial work or, like, light industrial, whatever, like, I get it. But I don't know, these people who grab like a freaking pickup truck just so they can like, you know, the most they ever do is take a couple of, pick up a couple of flowers from Home Depot and drive, you know, 2 miles back home with it or something. Like, I don't know. Oh, I need dirt tires for this. Do I really? All right, we got to go get some dirt tires. Actually, wait. You know what? We're gonna do that last. Let's do this. Let's do this first, and then we'll worry about the dirt tires. Driving pickups on Daytona, man. Interesting. Yeah, I guess. I just have never been like, I've never liked the ride of a pickup, and I've never, you know, but I've never had occasion to have to haul a ton of stuff, except when I'm hauling family members and, you know, and stuff home from IKEA and, you know, that sort of thing. But I'm not, you know, obviously I'm not the target audience for it. And I imagine also that they're better. I imagine that pickup trucks are better in bad weather, too. Oh, boy. $41. Does not feel like I'm going 141. 150. Yeah, well, that's fair. So looks like we got a maximum speed about 153. Take that back. 158. 159. 160. 160 miles an hour on Daytona in a pickup truck. The Fiat at Daytona. Oh my God. Okay. It's not the most thrilling race I've ever seen. this were a 10-lap race, I would 100% lap this dude. That flag is Jay Wong. I don't know what that flag is. Alright, it's the final lap. Probably going to have this guy about like 45... Well, yeah, no. Probably 40 seconds at least. See the car down there. Yeah, if I had another 5 laps, I would 100% nail this guy. I would lap him, but sadly, all good things must come to an end. Yep. I mean, I didn't have to take my... You know, there was no braking in that. That was just straight speed. 30 seconds. Okay, good. And a clean race. Well, yeah, I mean... Wasn't hard to be clean in that race. Really, Ridno? Ooh, the 4GT. Yeah. Nice. Level up. What? Level up. Nice. No, I don't need to see this. You all just saw it. I don't understand the value of this music here. Doesn't seem to quite... I don't... It's like, no trucks and then this. Da, 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 da. Yeah. Some of the tracks in these, like, some of the music tracks, I mean, on these sections, they got dinged for this because people were like, what is that? It's very odd. Also, what's up, Stalio? I forgot to turn right. It's true, I did. Because you crash once when you turn right. Okay. All right, now I got to go get dirt tires. Got to go get dirt tires. Because we got a rally race to win. And once we do that, then we will have finished this menu book. Our little experiment with pickups will be done. Yes. Do, 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 do. Oh. Really Club Sports? Oh, it is. All right. You got us the dirt tires. Be a lot of drifting, I think, with this pickup truck. I am not wonderful at drifting. Because I don't do enough of it, and I don't know. I feel like having steady control is more difficult, so something that's definitely on my to-do list in terms of improving at this game is working on that at some point. Alright, sounds good. Sleep well, Helness. Thank you as always, sir. Yeah, we'll be on for about another 45 minutes, chat. We'll close up shop around 1 a.m. I'd like to get another couple of menu books under my belt. I'd love to get up to 30, because then I have like 7 left to do. But might not be able to do that. All right, at least it's during the day. Dirt racing, here we go, chat. It's a whole different animal. As you can see. Oh my God in heaven. Oh, God. It's very bad. It's a good massage, though, for the hands. Oh, God. Okay. All right, here we go. One guy to catch. It feels like, you know, like you're braking, you know, you need to brake because you're hitting the corner too hard. I'm like, how can I tell? Like, what's the difference? Oh my God. Yeah, I'm glad I did this last because this would have screwed me up for like normal racing completely. Because the principles are totally different. Like, you know, it is still a combination of speed and space, but how you create the space and where you hit it and everything is like, it's kind of fun in its own way, but it's very different. It's like playing badminton or playing racquetball to try to get used to tennis, which is not a good idea because racquetball, you're using pretty much wrist to elbow. You're not using, I mean, it is not helpful for tennis. So this, that was kind of cool. When you get the drift right, it's fun though. Freaking shocks in this thing are getting a workout. That was really scary. This really feels more like I'm just surviving it more than racing it in some way. Woo! This was... Oh, yeah? Well, the desert races always looked interesting to me. Like, the desert races always looked like they were a lot of fun. Definitely not a clean race. Oh, that's a sweet-looking truck. But it's like they give it to you and then you're not going to use it because you've already used it again. I do want to see a little bit of this replay. I got helped out by the barrier there. I should have gone plunging off the course. I honestly can't believe I didn't spin out a few times there. That is cool. The jump over is pretty sweet. Oh my God. I don't. Oh. God, that's a nightmare. Oh, man. That was an absolute nightmare. It wasn't bad. I still do not understand how I kept that car somewhat straight. Nice. Okay. I did the first mission. I got gold on the first mission, which was cool. Which is like, I don't know, Trial Mountain or something, maybe? But... Alright, we finished the mission book. Let's go back to the cafe. It was fun, but... very different kind of race. How many of the mission races have you done, XR? Yes, I did that one. I did that one. Yep. I did that one. I won it, somehow. Congratulations, you've got all 3 cars. This completes your Ford collection. Once you've collected your rewards, I've got some stories to tell you about these cars. Ah, Special Stage, Route X. I remember Special Stage. Who the hell are you? This car, is it yours? Wow, Jeremy, nothing gets past you, does it? Jeremy loves nothing more than geeking out about racing. Wow, seeing a car like this up close is an absolute treat. This is no ordinary pickup truck. It's a super truck capable of dominating on dirt tracks and oval circuits. Yeah, I noticed. Any mention of a Tundra makes me think of the Baja 1000 desert race. That was just what you were talking about, Arudno. It's an all-night race that takes place in a 1,600-kilometer course in the Mexican desert. It's a challenging race, with more than half the cars entered never seeing the finish line. Toyota took on the Baja with this Tundra tuned by TRD, and the truck won in its class. And did you know... What? That the Tundra TRD also raced on oval racetracks? Yes, I raced it on one. In 2019, it entered a survival event in Daytona, winning a race in which only 9 out of 32 cars finished. Collection Ford. Ford Motor Company is one of the world's largest car manufacturers. It has produced everything from legendary sports cars such as the Ford GT to popular full-size pickup trucks like the F-150. It even built hot rod hatches like the Focus. Hot hatches. In other words, the company pretty much built everything that ran on 4 wheels. The first cars appeared around the end of the 19th century, and they are reserved for only the rich and resourceful. But Ford came up with the assembly line, which allowed for mass production, making cars accessible to many. Before the assembly line, the process of producing an automobile was a long one. They were built by hand, one at a time, with workers moving between each unit on the factory floor. In 1908, Ford introduced the assembly line that had the cars move while the workers stayed in place. This resulted in production on a mass scale, which also lowered car prices drastically. One of the cars produced on Ford's early production lines was the legendary Model T. Around 15 million Model Ts were built over a 20-year period. The owner of the company then was Henry Ford, and will always be remembered as the man who revolutionized the industry and tried to bust the union, but let's not let something get in the way of a good story. Oh, Chevrolet. Of course, Chevrolet would be the next one. And I already have a Chevy convertible, 69. This time around, you'll be collecting Chevrolets. You may know that Chevrolet produces famous sports cars such as the Corvette and the Camaro. These 3 cars are all examples of Chevrolet's famous sports cars. Collect them, then come back and see me. Oh, no kidding, Rock God, really? That's cool. All right, what do they need me to win for this or race this in? Air special stage route. Okay, so we're going to need a high-speed race. And Daytona? All right. So high speed is what we're looking at, people. Let me try my Mitsubishi. If that doesn't work, I'll have to go in the Shutter or the Camaro. Special stage route X. That thing is fast, as I recall. Oops, no, wait. There's the Tundra. Of course, the Ford GT. Actually, the Ford GT, I forgot about that. The Ford GT is really good, too. Yeah, I may need to think about that. Ford F-150. Yeah, all right. I've got to... I think I have to look at the Ford GT and consider that. So I bet it's rear-wheel drive. Yep. That's it, XR, yep. Where you really see what top speeds are about. Yeah, I mean... Oh, mid-rear. Interesting. All right, we're going to see how... we're going to see how my twin-turbo does, although I have a feeling I won't be able to race this there because it's going to be an American car, in which case... I could do the Chevy, I guess, but... Yes. Ford was a mixed bag, Arudnell. I think it's fair to say. Ford was a mixed bag. He was also anti-Semitic, so there's ups and downs about him. Yeah, that's cool, Rock God. All right, I'm going to start with this. Has to be US, yeah. All right, has to be US. Oh, God, the Chevy. I hate this car. Can I not... I can. Camaro too, I suppose. Gosh almighty. You know what? We're going to trick out the Ford GT. I don't want to deal with a Chevy. Yeah. Okay, let's see. Right, I don't need nitrous, I think, although I considered it, but hopefully I will not need that. Oh yeah, wait a second. Let's get the weight reduction on this first. Weight reduction stage 2. Yeah. Yeah, and I mean, it is true that he's one of those guys who had a pretty, you know, was ahead of his time, certainly in terms of what, you know, he foresaw the way that things were going to go in terms of factory work and everything. So... look at that, getting up to 577 horsepower. $656 horsepower. 660 horsepower. 673 horsepower. 692 horsepower. 698 horsepower. This is good for the brakes. That's... no. 750 with the soft tires. Because if we got, you know, a high-speed deal, we want to make sure that we're, like, good to go with that. Okay, none of this is going to apply, except for that maybe, but I think we already had that. Let's get that suspension. Yep. 734 horsepower. I'd like to see this versus a Fiat. Just to see how long it takes before the Fiat just collapses in embarrassment. Just at the line, right? Like, just... it's not going to be as good, yeah. Alright, we're tuned up. Yeah, exactly. Okay, now we're gonna see how Daytona goes, and I'm also looking forward to like getting into some of these more like race cars. You know, like not just stock cars. I mean, they're not stock, but you know, these cars that are coming off production lines. So we're gonna do this and then the special stage because that'll be fun after this goes through. So, all right, let's see how we do. 4 laps. We get a Corvette, which we'll never use, Chad. Never use. I've been in a small, near my father-in-law, there was a person who lived there, who lived in a house nearby. They all had a lot of money and had, like, one of those garages that could fit, like, 6 cars, you know, because they loved cars. They had, like, these old race cars. It was really impressive. And then you think about, like, so we got, what, like, 48 cars in here? Something like that? What's up, Big Tex? All right, here we go. Keep forgetting, and someone said to me that it was the oval. It was not the oval. It was the sport. It was the road course. Oh my God. This is very bad. Very bad, very bad. Oh God, where am I? Where am I? Okay, we're gonna do that again. Nothing about that was good. The Vet isn't a bad car. It's the problem with the Vet though is that it fishtails like nobody's business. That's the only problem. Oh crap. Get me to the straightaway. All right. And now the madness. Get down with the sickness. Oh my God. I just couldn't stop. It was just one of those things. It's not been a clinic in driving, I'm telling you right now. God, this car, like they're standing still. Oh my God. Ah! 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 This is really bad. I just want everyone to know. Really, really, really bad. Also, straight up do not like this road course. But mostly just not good driving right now. I'm also trying to get used to this car. Feels like it's out of control for me. That time was better. Okay. Starting to learn the car a little bit. Very little bit. Okay. Sorry, Chad. Can't keep up with Chad at the moment. We'll reconnect to discussion as soon as I'm back on and able to focus on that and not trying to keep this beast of a freaking car on the road. Okay, good. So weird. Why would they even do that? Why have that like weird little on-off deal? Like, why? Just because, like, look, that's cool. See, we added variety. Really? Shit. Shit, shit, shit. Okay. Yep. Woof. Good God. Let's see. Take the truck room. A flight sim. Oh man, that sucks, dude. Yeah, I agree with the Rudenell on that, Shadowed. They're just showing off. Okay, now I'm all caught up. I do want to see that replay because I want to see how it is. That last donut, how it is I actually kept a hold. Like, I somehow spun it without losing control completely. I mean, that was not a great race. Like, the car was like... The car is so good that it, like, so fast that it doesn't matter, but... It was not, that is not how you do it. And it's a mid-engine rear, I mean, why am I surprised? Rear-wheel drive, but like... Yeah, well, yeah. No, the vet would have been a nightmare. Are you kidding me? That's cool, that US flat, that US... no, it would be an absolute nightmare. I mean, again, it's a fast car, but like, jeez. This was like the equivalent of the straightaway support. You get me on here and like... Like he's standing still. Good God. Here's where I was like, oh, I'll just, you know. Okay. Okay. Yeah, here's where I was like, oh my god, I was like, I can't, I can't. I don't understand. It's hard for me to believe that I had a spin out that bad, and then I had a second spin out and still won the race. The car was just so freaking fast and like not, you know. I think I hit like 207, 208. I actually thought at that point when that happened, I really seriously thought about redoing the race, but yeah, you know what? That's a good point. I probably could. Maybe not necessary because I've only got the one race left and it's the Special X. And that race should not be an issue. With the speed of this thing, it shouldn't matter. But if I was having more trouble on this, that would make sense. That was much better. Much better. That was much better. But I want to see that other, like, epic spin out, which happened, I think, in another lap. Yeah, it's not bad. Okay. Spin out, I think, happened not here. It was out on the oval track. That was not bad. Slingshotted out of that fairly well. But I was going slower than probably necessary because I was trying to make sure I didn't lose it. And then I let it all out here, and then at a certain point I was just like, good gravy. Wow. Three freaking 360s and then straight into it. Amazing. Yep, that worked out. That in the end, that worked out. All right, now we're going to do... Now, chat, for those of you who have not seen this track that we're about to see is sick because of the top speeds. Like, special stage is It's a long track. I remember seeing it the first time a few games ago, a few Gran Turismos ago, and being like, what's the big deal about this track? Like, it's just, and then I was like, oh my God, this is a long track. Number of laps, 1. Yeah. Low ride. Take it easy. Make us do the stupid rolling start again. Alright, here we go. This should be fun. I was born to survive, it says. Well. 10 to pass. 9 to pass. 8 to pass. 7 to pass. 6 to pass. 5 to pass. 230. 4 to pass. 3 to pass. 2 to pass. 249. 3, 4. Oh my God. 1 to pass. 245 miles an hour, chat. Good God. $250 miles per hour. $255 miles an hour, chat. Ludicrous speed. Yep. I was exactly. I was hoping there was a downslip too. I know. I don't have nitrous on this. God, can you imagine spending $100,000 just so I could be like 275? Oh my God, we got a turn coming up, chat. It's a turn. It's a turn, but it's a bank turn. Why lose speed when you can just bank? You didn't think it was like a turn you actually had to stop and brake for, did you? Can you imagine the amount of concrete being poured? The amount of asphalt, like, just, oh. Oh, that sucks, dude. Why? I mean, it's one of those things where it's like, I don't know that I would actually have the guts to drive 255 miles an hour. Like, the highest I've ever driven is 119 miles per hour on the Autobahn for about 5 seconds just because I wanted to see what it felt like. But 256 miles an hour, I don't... God almighty. Oh, because the pandemic, that sucks, dude. I mean, the thing is, too, that lead that we have on the car behind us is even bigger than it looks because of the scale of this track. I mean... $256 miles an hour. Unbelievable. And the satellite dishes. Love it. Imagine being there watching a car going 256 miles an hour going past you. You know, like, I don't even... And it's the thing is, too, that it's also got these ridges designed to kind of maintain sort of stability and like, so this whole thing is like rattling the DualShock because like, we dropped our speed to 250. Insane, man. Absolutely insane. Insane. I have to watch a little bit of that. Motor Mania. I'll bet I won a trophy. Shoot, did anybody see how much I beat that? I didn't see how much. Did anyone see what it was? 20 miles in under 5 minutes. Did anyone see how much that was? Like what I beat the second person by? I didn't look closely enough. I couldn't tell. I don't remember how. I didn't look to see how long it was. Yeah, okay. Does this track actually exist? IRL? Does this track actually exist? Let's see it. Yeah, you got to take it. So you got to be safe for sure, Shadowed. I get that. Man, you get one of those like super uber race cars and like that's unreal, dude. Okay, we get the idea. All right, so here we go. 38 seconds. So yeah, we ran like 20 miles in 4 minutes, 30 seconds. That is absurd. That is crazy go nuts. All right, we're going back to the cafe. Man, unreal. Go back to the cafe. You're going kind of fast there, it seemed like. Chevrolet collection Chevrolet completed. Congratulations, you got all 3 cars. This completes your Chevrolet collection. Once you've collected your awards, I've got some stories to tell you about these cars. A 4-star roulette ticket. Well, that's a new one, chat. That's my first 4-star roulette ticket. What do you think of this, Chris? Now, this is a true icon. A modern take on the Ford GT40 of Le Mans fame. It was built to commemorate Ford's 100th anniversary. In terms of design, it conjured up memories of the beautiful race cars that played a big role at Le Mans in the 1960s. Under the sheet metal, however, it was completely revamped with an innovative aluminum space frame. Also, in a brilliant move, it combined a supercharged mid-mounted V8 engine with a 6-speed manual gearbox. Honestly, I can't imagine the value of this beauty ever going down. I'll buy it from you for $5. Yeah, it sucks, Shadowed. Yeah, it definitely original. Chevrolet's Corvette and Camaro are considered to be 2 of the most quintessential American sports cars in history. Really, XR? The Chevrolet brand was established in 1911, named after one of its founders, Louis Chevrolet. The first car produced was the Classic 6, a large vehicle with an inline-6 engine. Its most famous model is a 2-seat sports car called the Corvette. The first-generation Corvette was unveiled in 1953. And new Corvettes are still being produced today, cementing the car's place as an icon of American motoring. Get a wide-body American car, huh? For this menu, I'd like you to try your hands at modding an American car to widen its body. You've got the Pan American Championship ahead, so this is a great chance to get your car in shape. First thing you'll need is a suitable American car, such as a Ford or a Chevrolet. Once you have one, take it to GT Auto and visit maintenance and servicing where you can install a wide body kit. Come back to the cafe when it's done. I'll be waiting for you. I wonder if I can do that to the Ford GT. Can I wide body the Ford GT? I wonder. Is that true? No, I could see that. I didn't know that. All right, let's go turn in this roulette wheel thing. And then do the wide body business. It's already pretty wide. We're going to make it extra wide. Why don't you go ahead and check out your car collection, Arvanelleron? It's the ultimate proof of how far you've come as a collector. It also allows you to view all sorts of interesting information about the cars you've collected. Well, I mean, I've been doing that, but I got 2 gifts. Right, let's go with the 3-star roulette ticket first. This looks like a pretty smallest amount of money. All right, 4-star roulette. What have we got here? Got parts. We got smallest amount of money. You're right, Rudnell. Although this is a lot of money still. 500,000 credits, and that was the smallest. 500,000. It's a fictional track? Okay. Wow, man. We have almost made 1 million credits. Woof. That's the smallest amount. Okay. American car. Okay. Corvette. So you don't think I can wide body the Ford GT, Rockad? It's so nice. It's so nice. Okay. Yeah, seriously, but that's a pretty good gold sticker, in fairness. I don't know if you can. Let's find out. Let's find out. $50,000. Installing a wide body will cause all custom, and it will slightly improve things. Okay, preview. Wow. All right. Let's do it. Warning, wide load. That's, wow. Wide body, baby. My heavens. A wide body with... That would make it a Fiat. That would change from Fiat to a Fat. I'm just saying that's the way it would look. That's all I'm saying. Or a Fate, actually. A Fiat to a Fate. Fiat to a Fate is what that would be. It's fated to be a Fiat. See, I feel like a wide body Fiat, like what? It's not like that thing is going to run off the road anytime soon, you know? Congratulations, you've definitely earned your reward. Now, I think this is probably a matter of taste, but I just love seeing cars with wide bodies where the wheels are offset on the outside. I always thought these wide body cars looked a little silly, to be honest. Speaking of which, you can change your wheels at GT Auto. Go ahead and give it a try if you're interested. Autodromer de Interlagos, Brazil. Ah ha ha ha. And the Pan American Championship, huh? Yeah, it's almost rolled over parallel parking. No, I guess so. But I'm just thinking about the speed is so low. I don't know. Now that you've collected cars made by Ford and Chevrolet, our next step is to tackle the Pan American Championship. You'll race on tracks in the U.S. as well as on Brazil's legendary Interlagos circuit. All right, sounds good. Sleep well, XR Snow. Try to finish in the top 3, and once you've done that, come back here. All the best out there. Right. Well, I don't know that I'm going to want to do this whole thing now, because I said it was going to stop at 1. Ooh, look at this. American Ford, come and let me be. American Ford, mama, can't you see? They're coming knocking around my door. I don't want to see your face no more. You know? Yeah, exactly, Renault. You know what, too? Every one of these cars has got a spoiler, except I think ours. We probably need to throw a spoiler on this. We probably need to throw a spoiler on this. All right, let's throw a spoiler on this. Shoot, is that? I think that's GT Auto. Car customization. Yep. Yep. Let's get that wing going on. Okay, now Rock God, since you're my expert on this here, are we looking at, do we want a medium or a high wing here for this? Not low. We need either medium or high. You want medium? Okay. Yeah, that looks promising. That one right there. There we go. All right. Let's get yeah. We're gonna mod it. Let's mod it all out. All right, we're gonna keep. I think we're gonna keep it painted the same. Yeah, I think the rest of this is fine, but that's the same wing the GTM has. Oh, nice. Modding the Fiat. I don't know. I think we're looking at like this is a the menu book is like what, number 20? Recommended car. Get the hell out of here. I'm really tempted. I think I'm going to try this, and this will be the last thing we'll do. I wasn't going to go this late, but I really want to try and see how that goes with the downforce now. Pan American Championship. Six laps. That suggests that this is not a very long course. I feel like I know Blue Moon Bay. always in 16th. Ooh, I'll have to check that out, Rock God, in a minute. And there we go again with the... Sorry, sorry. Oh God. Okay. That's from the inside. That's from the inside. Lap number 2, you jerk. Oh God. Few sparks. Sparks flew today at the beginning of the Pan American Championships. Oh God. Wow, it could be really bad. I can't imagine doing this course without this wing. I'll tell you that right now. Okay. Okay, third. Okay. And first. Ow. I think we have a lot of Sparky McSparky face that's going to be happening. It was a costly race. Okay. Was not exactly how I expected this race to go. Ow. There's gonna be a lot of sparks behind this. A lot of sparks. Ow. that was a little rough. I will take it though. Oh shoot, I didn't see how much I got. There we go, 35,000. Let me see this thing. Dang. Wow. That's a nice freaking car. That matte finish there. That matte finish is really nice too. Woo! Look at that. It's a nice looking car. That's good stuff, man. Okay. Where was I? I just want to see the first part of this. Yeah, that turn was fine. The rest of them were... Okay. Scrapey, 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 scrapey. Oh. Scrapey, 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 scrapey. Oh, no. You work in the fiberglass department of the body, dollars, hatch, and nose I made? That is really awesome, Rock God. It's cool as hell. Alright, one race down, 2 to go. It's Daytona International, but it's the stupid road course. Is it really? Yeah, that matte black one's nice. I mean, you know, everyone always talks about shiny cars, and those are great and all, but, like, the matte car is unusual. Not because of dead paint matte, but because, like, that's literally how you painted it. Okay. Oh god, oh god. Hey! When I pass you, you stay past. Expressway. Okay. 7. 6. 5. 'Kay. So far so good. Okay. So far so good. These two jokers to pass. All right. Now our one guy to pass. Not even to lap 3 yet. Goodbye, Brazil guy. Really glad I did this road course before because it made it a lot easier to remember what I'm dealing with. And I think with the same car, if I'm not mistaken. Okay, good. Alright. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Okay. Good. Navigated that quite well, I think. Whoops, easy, easy, easy. Okay. Away we go. Too slow, that was not good. Okay, it's fine though. Better than spinning out, ramming the wall. Considerably better than those things. Okay. Yeah, it was just a lousy lap. On the 5th lap here. Pretty comfortable lead. We gotta take it easy. Can't assume anything. Nighttime in Daytona. Fun, get to do the last lap under the lights. Shoot. Always miss. Underestimate that turn always. So right though, that's the benefit of building up a big lead, is that you can make mistakes like that and turns on some of these have not been right for me. Okay, good, good. All right. Good. In the end, it's going to be like a 35-second lead, at least a 30-second lead on the next closest car, I think. Good. Okay, what are you folks talking about? In the gaming computer, it's an i7. I don't remember. I think I've updated it, actually. And the Alessa's Nanoverb, I do have one, but actually I should probably redo that, because that's really been replaced now by my my mixer that has that stuff all on board. That Alessa's Nanoverb is old. I mean, that's 15 years old probably now. And it was really useful at the time, but has been replaced by other more efficient things. I don't need to see that. 22 seconds, okay. All right, final race. Yeah, thanks, Rockgod. That's right, i7 6700, yeah. All right. The final race, the Pan American Championship, also the final race of the night. Dope. Now, I have not raced on Interlagos before, so I'm going to see what Brazil has to offer. Yeah, Shadowed, I don't know. I mean, like, I have, I've got the AMD card, which has been fine, but honestly, a lot of that, Dragon and I put that together because of expense, and trying to balance out money with performance. It's still a good card, obviously. But, down the line, if cards ever drop to something reasonable again, I would probably upgrade that AMD. Because the drivers in particular, that's the thing. right, here we go. Whoa, whoa, easy. Easy there, big fella. That's a sweet pass. Sorry. Crap, dude. Hey. I said. Hey. You pass. When I pass you, you stay past. Crap. Very bad, very bad, very bad. Very bad. Oh my god, dude. Yeah, this is not... Shoot. I'm screwed. We're going to retry that. I got to be really careful about this course. There's not a lot of room to make up ground. And, like... Some of these turns, man. Not good, not good, not good, not good, not good, not good, not good. Okay. Part of the problem is trying to... Normally, cars here actually help you make turns, but in this race, I find that it's kind of hard to maneuver in terms of getting your line right because it's all so freaking clustered up. Like, and also cluster something else stuff, too. That was better. good news is they're all clustered up in front of me, so it's not like we got some guy way, way out in front. That was nice. Okay. The early part of this lap is the big problem. That's where the biggest sort of like these crazy turns. Good. But it's a little easier because I don't have all these dudes in front of me that I'm also that are jockeying for position. Almost did it again. Turn is so brutal. Ow. Yeah, that was not something I expected. See, again, I don't like courses where I feel like all the racing flow is lost. You know, obviously just oval around a track is boring. But I feel like if you're just, you know, if you're constantly like slowing down momentum before you get anything started, I'm like, what's the race? Like, I mean, turning obviously is an important part of racing. Don't get me wrong, but like some of this I feel like I'm just like it's 10, 0, and then 25, and then 0, and then 75, and 0. And it's just like, come on, man, where's the flow? Goes back down the left. All right. Right. Tell me more. Okay. Last lap. Make it a good one, Strap. Yeah, that was fine. Smooth apex. That was all very good. Alright, and back down here. Okay. Okay. It's sound like the ESPN song. Da-na-na, da-na-na. Crap. Almost did it again. This has definitely not been a comfortable race. Oh boy. Woo! I am not sorry to be done with that. That was rough. Only 5 seconds. So what's up with 7, 8, 9? Did they not finish? Okay. 5,000. And the winner. There we go. Over 1 million credits. Number 1 overall. All right, we got last vote of the night too, chat. 3 Porsches. Which one you want? Left, middle, right. Left, middle, right. Left, middle, right. Which one, chat? Left, middle, right of these. All right, Mr. Dunsel says right. Anyone else want to weigh in? Left, middle, right. Left, middle, right. Runo also says right. 2 rights. 2 rights apparently won't make a wrong, one hopes. Mid. Okay, 2 rights and a mid. 2 rights in the middle. Going once, 2 rights in the middle. Going twice, 2 rights in the middle. All right, right it is. Hey, it was the best one of the lot, actually. 911 GT3 99709. Well done, chat. Well done. Ah, the Porsche. I just want to see 1 lap of this because, my goodness. So it worked out. It worked out, but... wasn't, I mean, there was just not much of a straightaway to be able to catch any of these guys, so you just really had to stay focused. Like I didn't right there. Thank goodness that wasn't grass, so that I actually could make up some speed. That race. All right. Success. We go back to the cafe, turn it in, and then we're going to be done. Went way over what I planned to, but it's all right. Yeah. We have all 9 out of 9 Asia, Oceania locations, 10 out of 15 in Europe, and 9 out of 10 in America. Maybe we'll get another course here. 1 million credits. I think this dude, the cafe's always open. Excellent work. You won the Pan American Championship. I have your reward ready. Take it. You've earned it. Oh, these star roulette tickets are nice. Upgrade your Porsche, all right? What's up, Chris? I heard about your performance, you know. Congratulations on a fantastic victory. And by the way, now this is a true icon. I know about this. Don't tell me this again, Chris. Now that you're proud owner of a Porsche, I was thinking of having you compete in the Porsche Cup. Cars that PP up to 650 are allowed to enter, so you may find a normal Porsche might be out of its element. Therefore, I suggest you head over to the tuning shop and tweak your car so its PP is 600 or more. Don't forget your PP can exceed 650 or you won't be allowed to enter. So it's got to go to 600 to 650. If it does, PP exceed 650, try fitting tuning parts will decrease it or adjust the settings a little. For example, using a power restrictor will limit your engine output and lower your PP. It can also lower your tire grade or add weight with the ballast. It's up to you. This menu would like you to prepare a Porsche with less than 650 PP for the race. When you're set, come back to the cafe. I'll be waiting. Okay. That's good to know. We're going to go back and check the roulette spin, though, and see how that goes. So we're on menu book number 30. That's good. I wanted to get to this point because this gives us a halfway decent chance of finishing in our next session. And if not our next session, then definitely 2 sessions. So that's good. That's what I was hoping to do. Boom, boom, ba-doom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, ba-doom, boom. Boom, 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 boom. All right, let's take a look at the gifts. 4-star roulette ticket. Now, come on. Give this to me. Make this good. Okay. What the heck? A racing crankshaft for an Aston Martin. That was underwhelming. Okay. Alright. So, we're going to switch cars to the Porsche and then we'll be done. Question is, which Porsche? That is the question. Alright, this technically has more PP than my GTO, but I still love my GT. Alright, so this one right here looks like the winner. 911, 911 GT3 99709. The one we just got, actually. Nice. Alright. I know, I just was like, there were, at least that point, it wasn't like they teased me with anything else, like they were all bad. Okay, we are going to upgrade our Porsche, but not now. Now what we're going to do is we are going to leave this behind. I want to look and see the trophies that we got here. Warning, wide load. Widened a car's body, that's rare, 48.7. Got a couple of trophies today, I think. By a whisker, that was yesterday. That was a while ago. Warning wide load. Yeah, that's the one I just saw. Which again is 48.7. That might be my rarest yet. Heavy haulage. Bought a pickup truck. I did that yesterday. I did that in this session, but it was yesterday. It was when it was still yesterday. So that's my rarest so far. 41.3. I had already joined the 200 mile per hour club earlier. Oh, 42.9. That might be the rarest? Is it that or about... Nope, heavy haulage is the rarest that I have. Cool. Yeah, I know. I know, Renaz is like, what the frickin' heck? It's a good thing I don't rely on that roulette spin. Those roulette spins are a big part of Forza, actually, so... I'm glad that's the case. That it's not... That is not the case for this one. All right, people. Well, this has been an awesome time. I really, really enjoyed this a lot. And we are, as I say, within striking distance. We are now very close to either finishing it in our next session or finishing Gran Turismo 7 in the following session, after which point we will move over to Triangle Strategy. So we have almost moved up there, and we had pretty solid turnout today. We ended up with, what do we have here? We ended up with 928 subscribers in the end. So we are only 928. So we are only 72 away. We're only 72 away from this. So it's going to be awesome. But it's super late, and I got to get out of here and rise up on out. So I hope you enjoyed what you saw today, and if so, I hope you will follow the channel. Check out our YouTube at !arvtube, Discord at !arvcord, Twitter !arvtweets, website arvaneleron.com. And again, we're really trying to push the sub goals of YouTube because again, 928, we're only 72 away from being able to get to that 1,000 sub marker, and that 1,000 sub marker is going to unlock a lot of stuff over on that channel. So please do that if you can. On the financial side, !Arv Shop is my merchandise area. You can get Infinity and Beyond, Adventures of Middle-earth, soon to be Expedition for the Mysterious Peaks down the line. That should be a good time. Arv Treon is my Patreon, sitting at 20 patrons, $201 per month. Really does make a difference in making it possible for me to run the lighting and do all the cool stuff that I'm able to have. So that's all thanks to you, lovely folks. And you can get cool stuff for yourself as well as the channel if you support me over there. Same thing if you subscribe to the channel, as several of you did today. And of course, Shadow Mage with his extremely generous 3-gift sub pack today. So thank you to those of you who gifted subs and who've done so many, many times over the years. I really, really appreciate that. You can get those custom sub badges and emotes. You can get some emotes to use everywhere across Twitch, and you can also, of course, get inspirations to help our tabletop players. Last but certainly not least, of course, Icarus for my Icarus graphic novel from Athos Arts, Library for my Tales and Tomes from the Forbidden Library, my 5e adventure and sourcebook from Alligator Alley Entertainment, and both Athos and Alligator Alley together are working, it's a freaking emu, are working together on my Greyshade Kickstarter, Greyshade KS. Book is launching on May 31st. That's also when the preview page for the Kickstarter goes live. 2 weeks later, the Kickstarter goes live, and then it's all about the Kickstarter, which will cover Renegade and Heretic, the last 2 books in that series, and of course, the tabletop role-playing game, as I said, from Alligator Alley, plus Trendane's audiobooks. So that's going to be a really good time. Greyshade KS for that. And of course, as always, BLM, Black Lives Matter. Very important to affirm and assert the significance and importance of Black lives. Yeah, I know, seriously, Original. Help Now is the World Health Organization page on suicide prevention. Very important to reach out to others when you need help and to reach out to others when they need help as well. And Ukraine, UKRAINE, to help the people, the millions of people who have been disrupted and whose country is under attack by a hostile autocratic power. And we are doing what we can in our own small way to be able to stop that. And so that is one way to do so, by supporting the links that you'll find over at Ukraine. Otherwise, I am going to be done now until Tuesday, but the channel is not, because later on Sunday, we are going to have Bag of Giving coming at you with Dialect. That'll be Dave Ring as your GM. That will be to benefit, again, I believe it is, as I just realized, because they changed it, and so I want to make sure that I still have the right one. That is going to be to benefit, yes, that's right, Max Ottawa and Trans Texas. And we've already raised, I think, $250 for them. Bag of Giving is raised this month, so that'll be a chance to do even more good, and that'll be coming at you tomorrow evening. Then again, we'll be off on Monday. Then Tuesday, we've got more Adventures of Middle-earth, and then some Talisman Adventures over on GOG's Twitch channel. So that's what we're looking at over the next few days. I want to thank everyone who made this an awesome stream tonight. Thank you to my wonderful mods. Thank you to Arudinel, the Dragon Spear, to Rock God, best mods in the business. Thank you as well to Shadow Mage, who was here earlier today, and to Triffid. Thank you, and to Hillness. Thank you so much for all of those lovely folks. Thank you as well to my subscribers. Thank you to Arudinel, Dragon Spear, Rock God, Crit Twitch. Thank you to Josiah Firesnake. Thank you for the raid as well, Josiah. Thank you to Mrs. Dunsel and Prince Justin. Thank you to my wonderful viewers. Thank you to Action Shin, to Barnick, Black Fury. Thank you to Don Cairo. I haven't seen you in a while, Don. What's up, man? Thank you to It's a Fritz Nonstop, who is a sub. I don't know why it always shows up there. Nita Lella. Thank you to Peter G. Thank you to Radams. Thank you to Seal US, Soul Assassin, Stalio, of course, Stormer, and Yamical. Thank you so much, everybody. No raid tonight. It is super late, and everyone's going to bed and all that stuff. I know it didn't, but I listed you, and that's really what matters. But that's it for me. Thank you so much, everybody. Much love to all of you wonderful folks, and I will see you folks back here on my channel Tuesday with me, but back here, most importantly, tomorrow for Bag of Giving, so please make sure you are here for that. Until then, everyone be good to each other. I'd say 2 sessions left of Gran Turismo 7 at most, and then we'll move on to Triangle Strategy, but a little bit more car RPG before we do that. That's it for me. Much love to all of you. Thanks, everybody, and I'll catch y'all soon. Be good to each other. Bye for now.